Son of a gun. We are recording. I'm going to call the meeting of the Lunenburg Conservation to order at 7:01, I think it is. I am Bob Pease, the chair of the Lunenburg Conservation Commission. I will do a roll call to confirm that what members are present and that our conservation administrator is present and can hear me. When I call your name, please respond. Richard Birch, I don't think is here yet. Katie Childs.
Present.
Todd Dwyer.
Present.
Ken Jones.
He's muted, Bob.
Oh, well, let me take care of that. Ken Jones. First, I got to find him. Oh, let's unmute Carl.
Thank you, Bob.
Oh, here's Ken Jones.
I'm present. Thank you,
All right,
Bob.
Ken Jones. Carl Luck.
Present.
Jack Rabbit.
Present.
And our conservation administrator, Matthew Morrow.
Present.
All righty then. In accordance with the requirements of the open meeting law, please be advised that this meeting is being recorded and broadcast over the Lunenburg Public Access Channel at this time. The town of Lunenburg, in response to the COVID-19 coronavirus, is currently following the guidance from the Lunenburg Board of Health, Massachusetts Department of Public Health, and the CDC regarding the virus and steps communities can take to prevent the spread, and all towns' facilities are currently closed to the public. In accordance with the governor's open order suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law, all public meetings are being conducted remotely. This meeting will be found on the Lunenburg Access YouTube channel within 24 hours after the meeting. Participate remotely on Zoom. Members of the public may use cell phones, tablets, or computers with audio and video capabilities. The Zoom meeting ID is 896-4742-4932. No participant ID is needed. Just press pound when asked. All participants who are not members of the commission or staff will be muted by the chair. Computer and app users may use the raise hand feature to request to speak. To access the raised hand feature, open the participant list by clicking on participants. To raise your hand, click on the button at the bottom of the participant list. The chair will call on you and unmute you. Telephone audio users may dial *9 to request to speak after joining the meeting. Members of the public must give their name and address before they begin speaking. Please direct all comments to the chair. If you have trouble accessing Zoom or have general questions, you can send an email to lcc@lunenburgonline.com during the meeting. Emails containing questions or comments that are to be read aloud at the meeting must be signed with full name, address, and phone number. Please be aware that if you're using video, other people will be able to see you, and anything that is broadcast will be recorded and exist forever on the internet. The agenda lists all of the topics which may be discussed at the meeting and those reasonably anticipated by the chair. Votes may be taken as a result of these discussions. Not all items listed may in fact be discussed, and other items not listed may be brought up for discussion to the extent permitted by the open meeting law. Each vote taken in this meeting will be conducted by roll call vote. Are there any public comments from the commission? Ooh, Jack Rabbit.
Hey, Bob. Thank you. Hey, just want to share a little bit of a stormwater update. Basically, we received our report back in terms of our good management practices, the inspection done by the CEI company, and generally they're pretty good. We had no major problems, and I will send that along to Matt, if appropriate, to put in our files. We do have, with the advent of Phyllis leaving, I've actually written a quick note to Heather to suggest that could she give me a call, because we would like to get a select representative, and then maybe I'm looking at him right now eating ice cream.
Tortellini, thanks.
Oh, okay. In either case, that would be great. Additionally, I would like to us to consider adding another town representative to the team. So basically, that's all I really have for now.
All right, are there any other comments from the commission?
Yes, Mr. Chair?
Yes,
Yes,
Carl.
Carl Luck here. I'm very happy that the LSIC is on the agenda tonight as this public comment, although directed at the town public officials and boards and commissions, could be of great interest to the residents of Lake Shirley and the leadership of the LSIC. My concern is the recent and growing trend for creation and use of unbuildable lots around the Lake Shirley. As an example, recently a lot with only 50 feet of frontage, which is 100% in the 30-foot no touch, you see it's less than 30 feet deep, was created on Sunset Lane. I have also witnessed some flags that indicate more lots such lots may be coming. Our current zoning process for the creation of sublots, the approval not required process, emphasis on approval not required, does not limit how many of or where these small lots could be created around the lake. Our lake is surrounded by 8 glacial eskers, which form many of the peninsulas that protect the quality and the character of our lake. They are very sensitive areas that provide protection to the lake and wildlife, but are very susceptible to erosion. The Conservation Commission can work to minimize impacts of such lots, but decisions are not based on strong regulations or guidelines and are by definition on a case-by-case basis. We cannot count on the conservation or town in the current state to provide the protection needed. If allowed to continue, it's only a matter of time before 50-foot segments of our beautiful shoreline are split up and sold, not to provide homes, but to allow access, docks, and more traffic in the lake that is already breaking under the burden of overdevelopment and pollution. And yes, phosphorus indeed should be considered a pollutant for this particular lake. I bring this up in the hope that the individuals on listening, perhaps with and through the LSIC, could be sensitive to this risk to the lake and work with town officials and boards to slow or stop this dangerous trend. I'd also, on a different subject, I'd also like to comment, most of you aware, the Conservation Commission has just included a new pamphlet in the recent tax mailing outlining the requirements of the wetland regulations. This is a great step in educating the public, but given the significant turnover of lake property, there will soon be new homeowners who again are not aware of the requirements for filing permits. I'd like to request that the LSIC management team consider putting this pamphlet on their website so it's available full-time to all homeowners and prospective buyers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Carl, is there any public comment from the public?
Carl, don't forget to lower your hand.
Oh, thank you. Oh, Bob did it. Good job, Bob.
Then we'll go to our first appointment, 72 Hemlock, map with tree planting, Cygnus species and signature. Is there anyone here from 72 Hemlock? Please raise your hand. I don't see anyone from 72 Hemlock.
Is it this phone number? 411-28 maybe?
Hello, who is 978-400-1128?
Rhonda Licio.
Okay, thank you, Rhonda. Where I was looking for
You're
somebody else.
welcome. Okay.
All right, I guess then we'll have to continue this to the next meeting.
Mr. Chairman, what were we looking for?
Well, they submitted a plan, a signed plan at the last meeting
Right,
that identified the species, and the species they identified was balsam fir.
right.
And we had a couple members that said they didn't think balsam fir was a good idea. And I happened to bump into the person who lives there or when I was kayaking on the lake, and they said they might participate in the meeting tonight, but I don't see them participating, so I think we're going to have to move on here. Meeting with LSIC. So I'm going to unmute Wendy. I'm going to try. Ask to unmute. And I'm going to unmute Dominic. And I'm going to unmute, I saw before, there she is, Joanna. All right, Joanna, is there anyone else I have to unmute besides those three people?
I don't believe so right now. There might be, feedback after, but as of right now, I think we're good.
Okay. And so, who's going to talk?
I'll introduce, we did go, just so you're aware, we went to Shirley Conservation last Wednesday, a Zoom meeting with at their public meeting, and we did receive approval of the plan Dominic submitted. So I just wanted to let you know that we did do that task, and that's created, and Shirley Conservation has approved Dominic's plan as submitted. And Dominic or Wendy, I don't know which one wants to go first.
I could probably go first. Just talk
Thank
about
you,
what we
Dominic.
found. Good evening, everybody. Thanks for your time. So here we are with our annual plan for management of the lake. So we're going to present that to you and ask for your approval. We actually did 2 surveys of the lake this year. We did one on June 5th, which turned out to be probably a little bit early. So we returned on June 22nd to do the survey over. The first thing I'd like to say is very, very different vegetation assemblage this year. I was quite surprised when getting out on the lake, even during the June 5th survey, saw a number of different species in high abundance that we had either not seen at all in recent years or not seen very much of, and very, very predominant close along the shoreline and a lot of different places in the lake. These are all Potamogeton species that we had listed in the plan, but they include variable grassy pondweed, Potamogeton gramineus, leafy pondweed, which is Potamogeton foliosus, clasping leaf pondweed, Potamogeton perfoliatus, which is one that we have seen in limited abundance in the past. Let's see, just lost my screen. Hold on a second. The other species were snailseed pondweed, Potamogeton bicupulatus. And so these species were very plentiful. We also saw non-native curly-leaf pondweed, tape grass, which has been a common nuisance species in the lake. Did not see very much at all of naiad, and saw absolutely no milfoil, which is historically at the beginning of the management one of the primary species that we were managing. So a very different lake this year. And again, these new pondweeds are seed producing species, so likely we have some documentation that they were in abundance historically, but these species probably had seeds in that zone around the lake, and environmental conditions this year just came together to cause them to germinate and become abundant this year. It may have also had something to do with the less than satisfactory drawdowns that we've had the last couple of years due to various reasons. So what we did this year is we did the 64 some odd points that we usually do. and we presented the table of that to the commission. But in addition to that, this abundant amount of pondweeds along the shoreline was not certainly captured at some of the data points, but was not really well represented by the data points. So what we did was took a number of other GPS points where these species were really either very close or at the surface of the water. So those are also displayed along with the data points that have 3 or greater out of a scale of 4 density and biomass. So if you refer to the map,
Yeah, I'll call it up. 1 minute.
oh, great.
Is this the map you want?
That's the survey point map. Do you have the one of the proposed treatment areas?
Okay, yep, I can do that.
Okay,
A minute.
thank you.
Let me
Oh,
get rid of
perfect.
this little so it fits on the screen.
Yeah, so what we did here, so we have the red points, which are actual data points, and only the ones that had 3 or 4 out of 4 on the density and biomass index, meaning that they're greater than 50% cover on the bottom or growing within the upper half of the water column. So the red points are candidates for treatment. The yellow points are all the additional GPS points that we took where the pondweed species that we mentioned were at or near the surface, causing a nuisance. So we took those 2 points, those 2 types of points basically, and designated those areas as potential treatment areas. And the total area that we're showing there came out to 65 acres, which is reasonable. In the past, we've done, in past years, there's been times where we've done over or close to 100 acres of treatment based on nuisance growth of tape grass, naiad, milfoil. So these are the proposed areas. A few other notes, based on discussions, you'll see some of the nuisance points. The yellow points were not included as treatment areas. Those were either very small patches or along wooded shorelines, or basically places that weren't causing any problems. There's a couple places too that actually have red points, which is an actual data point that were really the biomass and density index were elevated because of either fanwort, which we're not managing lake-wide, or because of a non-nuisance type of species, a low-growing species like Nitella, or something to that type of a plant. Additionally, you'll see it up in the area where the brook comes in the northwest corner of the lake, we pulled back the treatment area. And also in the extreme southeast corner of the lake, there's a red point down by the railroad tracks.
Oh, yeah.
That we also pulled back the treatment area there. And the reason for both of those areas was that based on discussions we've had in the past with Wendy's work on looking at the historical plant assemblage in the lake, we were really looking to protect areas that have shown presence of either robin's pondweed or coontail, and both of those points did have a presence of either one or both of those species. So we pulled back the treatment area away from those points to try to protect and foster those species as well. I guess the other thing is also based on past discussions, we've worked with the LSIC we want to try to do a pilot treatment of fanwort with the flumioxazin, or otherwise known as Clipper herbicide. So we selected one cove, which is marked in yellow hatching up in the central north shoreline of the lake, the yellow area there that we're going to use as a Clipper test area to see how well we can get control of fanwort in that area, which is a plant that is problematic, especially after a couple consecutive years of poor drawdown conditions. There is quite a bit of fanwort out on the lake, and felt that this year, and I think it was suggested even by the commission in past meetings, that might be something that we should look to try. So we agree, and we are going to look to try to do that cove this year. So you have the map that's showing there. We have the table, which shows all the 64 plus points of data that was collected, which species were dominant, which species were present, how many species were seen at each point, and the plant density and the plant biomass index, as well as a short written memo of the plan. So we have, again, as Joanna mentioned, we have approval from Shirley Conservation Commission for this plan. We have tentatively scheduled the treatment for July 16th, pending your approval. We will be using primarily the Diquat herbicide, which is the one that we've used in the past. A couple of the areas, based on the data, did show an increased amount of tape grass. Those areas would be treated with Reward and the Nautique herbicide. And then the yellow area of the test pilot treatment for fanwort would be treated with Diquat and flumioxazin or Clipper herbicide. Some information on the dosing. We would be using from 1 to 1.5 gallons of Diquat in the treatment areas. The flumioxazin herbicide would be applied at 100 parts per billion, which is about 25% of the maximum label rate of 400 parts per billion. And I think that really covers it from my perspective, what I wanted to share. So I don't know if, Wendy, you have some more information you'd like to share at this point, or we can go to questions.
So I'll just add, Dominic, Dominic let me know about the conditions that were out there during the first survey. So I went out and did a quick look at the conditions as well. I didn't transverse the whole shoreline of the lake, but I looked at a couple key points that he directed me to. I shot a little video. I don't know if it came through in the email to Matt, but just a quick underwater video to show you what the conditions were the first time Dominic went out. And those conditions did get worse over the next couple of weeks. And again, like Dominic mentioned, we had a discussion about the desire to try to preserve some more Potamogeton rabbinsiae, Robbins pondweed, and coontail. And he has revised the map and treatment plan to take that in consideration. So I just wanted to let you know that I have looked at his treatment plan. I went out and took a look at the lake, and we did confer and discuss the areas that I presented in the plant evaluation report of areas of protection. So.
Thank you. Are there any questions from commissioners? Jack Rabbit.
Hey, just a quick question for Wendy. Wendy, does this meet, once we have all the treatments done, will this meet the criteria of basically 40% weed coverage that makes a healthy lake? Is that your belief?
Well, we don't, it's pretty thick. There's a lot of areas that aren't getting treated outside, especially when the water gets a little deeper. So those areas will remain in their existing condition, which are, I'll let Dominic speak if he thinks that more of that area would meet the 40%. But also, as you guys probably have seen, that the treatments aren't 100% effective, even in the areas that are treated. So there will be plants remaining and there'll be plants recovering before the end of the growing season. But I'll let Dominic comment on that to add to that discussion.
Yeah, and I think also we were pretty careful to try to keep the treatment areas along the shoreline as narrow as possible. There are definitely species, tape grass, especially bladderwort, to the deeper side outside of the treatment areas. So even really literally out in the middle of especially the North Basin, you can definitely find some naiad, bladderwort out there throughout the bottom in sparse amounts. We certainly have the most diverse areas of the lake are non-treatment areas. There's several coves that we have historically not managed. So I feel that we definitely are maintaining certainly an adequate, if not more, amount of vegetation in the lake, even after the treatment.
Any other questions, Jack?
Yeah, and just, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Fanwort treatment, is this just a small area or is this an experiment or?
It's really I wouldn't call it an experiment because we've used this herbicide before in many other lakes. It's been around now for 6+ years. So I would term it more as a pilot treatment specifically for Lake Shirley because we really have not managed fanwort in the lake. And after 2 years now of less than desirable drawdown conditions, which in the past have really helped keep the fanwort down, I think this would be, in my mind, a first step for the LSIC to investigate from their perspective whether fanwort management is something that we should look at more in depth. I think this year with Hickory Hills Lake doing a lake-wide treatment with Floridone for their fanwort. Something that the commission's familiar with, the adverse effects that fanwort can have. So we're hoping to kind of use this as just a place where we can start to investigate managing fanwort and try to just have some information to make better decisions in the future.
Right. I do recall Hickory Hills did try the Floridone.
They did.
And previously in the pellet form, and it was not really successful, even under benthic barriers. And I'm just very interested to see how that turned out for you, how it turns out for you, Joanna.
Good.
Because that's money. It's money. Okay, now that would be mine. The other comment was that, without a decent drawdown, it appears that you're treating the area that probably did not see the benefit of the drawdown. So makes sense to me. It really does.
Carl?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'll lower my hand now. Hi, Dominic, Wendy.
Good
This is
evening.
good. I appreciate the report and your comments tonight. I generally don't have any general concerns about the basic treatment. I do want to follow up on a few things. One is very happy that you both have come together on the sensitivity of this, not using the 3 and 4 ratings as a go no go, but more as to look at in more detail. And I appreciate you guys looking and working together to look at that, and especially excluding areas where where we want where there's some desirable plants. So that's all great news, and I'm happy to see and hear that. One sort of just technical question on the report, the data table. There's 2 additional sheets on that table, and I'm just a little confused. Could use a little education. Bob, maybe do you have the you had the data table up before?
I have it up
with the
now.
64 points. Could you go to the which sheet is it?
Historical density and
yeah, that-
biomass or richness and
But each
total
one of
occurred?
them, pick one first. I don't, the
Historical density and biomass.
one you
is on
got
the
right
screen
there is
now.
fine.
I
Yep.
think.
Great. I'm just a little confused on the 2020 numbers. The number in that block, you know, like the 12, the very first number up there, what does that number represent?
Well, let me first start out by saying I completely forgot these other tabs were here and they are not updated for 2020.
Oh,
So you're looking at this, basically this, the data from last year only, or from 2002 through 2019.
Oh,
I did not do anything with those.
Okay.
Those are tables we typically include in the
okay.
year-end report, and we typically use the fall survey data to fill those tables out for the new year.
Okay. Yeah, thanks for pointing that out. I assumed the last column was this year's data, but that's okay. I understand. They're not usually updated now. But my question from education is still valid though. The number, 12, the number, what does the number represent? Because they don't add up to n, so there's something else.
Yeah, I think this is a question.
Dom, if I may try to help, I think those are
Yeah.
the number of points where the density rating was a 1, the number of points where density rating was a 2. But I see what you're saying, Carl, because if you were to sum them up, I'm getting 59, and there are 66 points.
It's I don't know if maybe
Yeah.
there might have been ones that had zeros and we
Yeah.
could have
And
been
maybe that should be
sparse.
1 to 25 versus 0 to 25. They might have had no plants, especially in the
Yeah,
deeper
maybe.
areas.
For the report in the end, maybe when we do the annual report, we could clarify it because the prior years are even worse in terms of not adding up. They can't possibly be right. But the real thing that jumped out at me, and that's why maybe it was an understanding of the number. If I look at the 18 and 19 and I compare the density rating, the numbers seem to be shifting in a bad direction. The numbers are getting higher at the very dense from 18 to 19.
So, Carl, I just figured it out. It's percent of stations. So you're looking at 12%, 13% of the 66 stations were in each of those categories.
Okay, beautiful.
It's not a
Thank you.
solid
So
number.
that action's complete then. But even still, it seems like the percent is shifts more towards the very dense in 19 and in 18.
I would really be hesitant to really refer to this table by itself because this was, I used the spring 2019 Excel file as a template to enter in the data for the spring survey this year. So I don't know which of these numbers have been updated on last year's data. Because it would have been updated in the fall Excel spreadsheet from 2019, not the spring one when it was updated for the final report. So really couldn't speak to.
All right, then we can park
this
this. I
information
won't
is.
waste any more people's time on it. If by the annual report, we could maybe even glance back at these years because the thing that really jumped out at me was the answer, the density index and the biomass index are exactly equal to the prior.
Yeah,
year.
that's very suspicious, and that makes me think that the numbers aren't properly updated in this particular spreadsheet. I should have
Okay.
just deleted those tabs before I sent it out. Apologize for that.
Yeah, not a problem. Just in the fall report, maybe we could get it right so we can actually use it. That'd be great. Okay, going back to reality in this year. On the treatment area, there are only 2 areas that I'd like to just understand how you got to decision. And I don't question the decision to treat.
Sure.
It just isn't jumping out at me of why. And one of the 2 areas is the 10 through 13, the points 10 through 13, which I think is the area that we used to call Credits Beach when I was a kid.
Go back, Bob, a couple slides.
Yeah, so I mean, 10 through 13 is that northern part of the South Basin. I mean that. So we had, that was actually all the points there that are shown under the hatching were all basically the quote unquote new pondweeds that we saw this year. They're actually quite dense in those areas where the yellow and even the red dots are shown there. So it was clearly a problematic area.
But Dominic, when I look at the treatment map, which is a great map because you see the big beach that's there, and that's really the area I'm talking about, that beach over to the peninsula. And I don't see any yellow dots in that area. I see some to the very left beyond the beach, but I don't see any red dots in the area of the beach. I mean, yellow dots, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, that might have been, you know, I did have to spread out the yellow dots a little bit. There's also, you get to the point too where, you know, the gap between treatment areas can only be so small. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
It's a very narrow, open area without treatment. It's not really gonna, it's hard not to treat an area, a really narrow slot between two treatment areas. So, I mean, that was probably between the frequency of the yellow dots I was taking with the GPS and what the resultant empty, untreated slot would have been. It just didn't make much sense to not make that a continuous area.
Okay, all right. All right, so I didn't miss anything weed-wise.
No.
Okay, all right, I understand that. So the area, so that's okay, and all the treatment, I don't have any more questions on that. It's now I'd like to shift over to the Clipper pilot program.
Sure.
Which as you know, Dominic, 4 or 5 years ago, I kind of brought up that it would be a good thing to try to, look forward to planning some mini pilots. So I'm happy you're proposing it. And I have to say that cove you've selected, in my opinion, is a perfect candidate. There's very, I'm not aware of any water sources in there, maybe a couple springs that flow out. So it's very contained. So it's a very good selection for doing that test. The only thing that concerns me is that, I wish we had kind of talked about this last year or during the annual report, because we've done very little talking about this chemical or, what some of the characteristics are, even getting a data sheet. We haven't seen the data sheet. So I'm just a little anxious to just, at the last minute here with very little, discussion or perhaps public notification. Oop, am I still here?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I accidentally kicked my my power cord and I lost my monitor, but I'm still here. If I could just put that back on, because I've also lost my light. Now I can see again. So maybe just a couple of questions, and maybe we can proceed. It certainly depends on the commissioner's choice, but again, it would have been good. Have the abutters? My concern is that it is public awareness, and we had a big discussion about this when Hickory Hills this year, wanted to treat. It was a big discussion about public awareness and is all the abutters. So are the abutters in that particular area have and maybe they're on the phone, I don't know, of the plan of doing this experiment in their cove?
Well, I don't know that they've particularly been notified specifically of this, but in terms of the use effects, I mean, the water use restrictions for Clipper are not, they're actually less than Dicquat. So there aren't any more onerous water use restrictions with this herbicide. It is approved for use in lakes and ponds by the federal and state
there's no question.
departments. There's no reason really to think of it as any different than the Dicquat herbicide that we've been using in the past.
What is the water use restriction on this one?
It's actually the only water use restriction is 5 days irrigation, which is the same as the dicot herbicide.
Yep, okay.
There's no recreational restrictions on the label. There's actually no drinking or livestock watering restrictions either.
Yep, good.
So the poster will be based on really the dicot restrictions because the clipper restrictions fall within the same.
Are less than or equal to
Yeah,
or less than.
the same or less than the dicot.
Yep.
Exactly.
Good, okay. And what is the active duration of this particular?
Flumioxazin is the active. It's somewhat pH dependent, but it can be anywhere from say 12 to 18 hours up to 3 days or so, depending on the pH of the water. Usually the higher the pH, the longer it lasts.
Okay. But even at high pH, it's only 3 days or so.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, great, thank you.
That cove too is a good candidate because there aren't any data points beyond that red one that's right there, near the constriction, but the remainder of the cove up to the end is all covered with pretty thick fanwort beds. So it's going to be a good cove to evaluate.
Right, yeah, no, I absolutely agree that I hadn't even thought about that code until you proposed it. I said, oh, gee, that's even better than what I was thinking. And then the other question is the susceptibility of other plants to this material, native plants.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any native plants we have that might be susceptible to this?
Well, fortunately, that cove again, at least the upper part of it is almost predominantly fanwort. Its clipper is going to affect probably very similar set of plants to what dicot would affect. So it's going to be less effective on pondweed species. Probably won't. Without a copper additive, it's not going to do much for tape grass, but I don't remember there being that much in that cove. So it's a similar set of species that would be affected as with the dicot herbicide.
Okay.
It will. Now that you mention it, I don't think there's a lot of lilies in that cove, but clipper does kill lilies, or at least the leaves, floating leaves. They come back pretty quickly, but something to consider if ever doing it on a larger scale, as you will have a temporary loss of lily pads. So I don't think there's many in that cove, however. So
Don't remember, I haven't been in that. I used to turtle hunt in that cove all the time when I was a kid, but I don't know what there is.
it's a big difference between clipper and dicot as the lilies. I think it's the most notable difference in my mind to the types of
Okay.
plants that
All
it's
right,
gonna
good.
control.
Thank you.
Rich Birch, did you have a question?
I didn't. I just wanted you to unmute my audio, see if it worked.
All right, Jack Rabbit.
Just a quick question for Dominic. The difference between, I believe you use Floridane or Floridone?
Floridone?
Yes, Floridone. And it's the same material that you're using in that other, Lake Shirley, in that cove?
No, we're using flumioxazin at Lake Shirley. So Floridone is a systemic herbicide. It's also very expensive and better used on a larger scale.
And it lasts about 3 months.
The contact time required for Floridone is 60 to 90 days. Yes, where Clipper is much quicker acting, but it's also not as resilient or not as long. The longevity of control is not as long either. So there is a trade-off. But Clipper is a much better option for smaller treatment areas, and certainly for a pilot treatment with limited resources for funding. I think this is really probably going to be a better tool for Lake Shirley in the long term. So that's why we've decided to try that this year.
Okay.
there any other questions from the commissioners? Are there any questions from the public? Hearing no more questions, I guess I'm looking for a motion.
I would move that we accept the presentation from the LSIC as stands.
Do we have a
Second.
second?
Second.
Is there any further discussion?
No.
And a roll call vote. Richard Birch.
I'm going to abstain where I didn't hear the whole presentation.
Okay, Katie Childs. Whoops. Let me unmute you. Please unmute yourself, Katie.
Aye.
Thank you. Todd Dwyer,
Aye.
Ken Jones,
Aye.
Carl Luck,
Aye.
Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
and I for myself. Thank you very much.
Good
Great,
job.
thank you, folks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Happy 4th.
Yes. you too.
You as well.
Stay safe.
All right. This then will bring us to our first public hearing pursuant to Mass General Law 131, Section 40 as amended in the Town of Lunenburg Wetlands Protection and Municipal Bylaws. Public hearing on a request for determination of applicability by Renee LeBlanc for work at 135 Gilcrest will be held. Work proposed is construction of a garage addition. If there's someone here for the LeBlancs, please raise your hand.
I did send Mr. LeBlanc the information for the Zoom meeting, both the phone call and the video, so I'm not sure where he is. In fact, he acknowledged receipt, so.
Would the commission like to take a look at the application? It's not a complex application.
Yeah, I think we should take a look at it. Maybe we can
Let's
just
take a
vote
look.
on it.
I agree.
All right, so let me find the application. It's pretty simple. Bear with me for a minute here. There we go. Got too many open screens. One moment, people. Get rid of that. Let's get rid of this. Zoom. Share screen. Here we go. So Matt, tell us about this application. Well, we did a site visit here on Saturday. The area is pretty flat. He proposes to put a garage in the middle of basically what is all either driveway or lawn.
Yeah, that sums it up in a nutshell.
And our only
It's a flat
comment there,
area. The wetland is what?
We had during the site visit is he probably should put some erosion controls along the wood line right about over here. Are there any comments or questions from commissioners? Al?
Yeah, the other comment that was made on the site visit, and I think Matt's already marked up a plan, was that the garage is pretty straightforward. It's almost out of our jurisdiction, so that's good. But this driveway, which said proposed driveway, is not really part of the application. And I thought Matt had a simple solution, was to just delete those words, proposed driveway.
And so
I think that is the driveway.
Plan, Carl, you'll note on the plan, the word proposed has been deleted.
Yes, it's not on that version that you see in front of you, but I scratched it out on the hard copy that I have in the file.
And it has been deleted on the version that's on the cloud.
Right.
If you look at the cloud here, you'll see that's been deleted here. It just says driveway now.
I just opened the cloud and it still says proposed.
Yeah, I saw just the same thing, Carl. I verify that. I was.
Okay, if you take and you look at the one that says June 2000, 135 RDA plan, the 135 Gilchrist RDA plan, it's been removed from that. There's two files in that folder. One says RDA June 2020. It's the full RDA, and one is just the plan. If you click on the plan one,
not the one I'm looking at, Bob. I'm online and I'm looking at. I don't. For some reason, I don't see it. Maybe it's me, but anyway, as long as what we approved has the driveway has the proposed word removed, I see no problem.
all right. Oh, Richard Birch. Oh, I got to unmute you. Ask to unmute. Rich.
Yes. Matt, did you say that you removed the word proposed and re-put it up?
No, I didn't put it up. Bob, I don't know if you did that part, but
I did.
I simply scratched that out of the hard copy. So the hard copy in the file has the word proposed driveway scratched out.
And you did that, Matt, not the applicant?
Yeah, I did that.
All right. Unfortunately, I find it highly irregular that we would approve an application without an applicant before us having altered his proposed application documents.
Mr. Chairman?
Well, the document that he submitted was for the garage.
Yeah.
He basically drew the garage on an old plan.
Again, we've altered the document. If we don't have a signed and dated document without the driveway proposed, I just don't think we should be starting to go down that road. We should be doing this properly. We should be having an applicant before us presenting the facts, presenting his application, and agreeing to any changes or any wording that we would hence to put on his application if we so approve it.
Thank you, Richard. Do you have anything else, Richard?
I did not know. It's pretty, like you said, it's pretty straightforward, but I just don't think we should be going down that road that we're approving things without having the applicant before us.
I understand the point you're making. Ken Jones.
Thank you. Just a question. I wasn't able to be on the site walk on Saturday. The confusion about the driveway, is the driveway existing? And this is just a plan that he's using to show the garage on? Correct.
Correct.
So why are we having a debate about this? It's existing.
Because it's part of his legal application, and we're altering his legal application.
It's an existing driveway that he's using the plan from the house or the septic system or whatever that he put the garage on. If the garage is in the right place and the wetlands are in the right place, I don't have a problem with this.
Jack Rabbit.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Okay, the way I looked at it was that if it was a proposed driveway, as originally expressed, currently there is a graded, basically topsoil kind of driveway. The proposed would have caused all sorts of questions with regard to, are you going to top it? What are you going to put in there? And now we've altered that to say driveway. And I think there's a whole series of questions we'd be asking that we're not able to, it's gone now. So Ken, I'm kind of with you, but at the same time, I think that it creates other possibilities that we don't want to get into. We want to get answers, you know?
Richard, you still got your hand up?
He's muted.
Oh, he's mute.
Now he's got his hand up. No, he doesn't.
Okay, nobody has a hand up. Well, here's my comment. When we were on the sidewalk, I had no problem with the idea that the plan said proposed driveway on it. It was an old plan, and he drew the driveway in the old plan. I think this is much ado about nothing. I mean, if we take and we look at it, it's an old plan that he modified and to add the garage to the old plan. And I don't understand why, we're going to seriously consider continuing a hearing to put a garage in the middle of the field over the word proposed on the plan. I can understand Richard's objection to removing the word proposed. The only reason that I was going to remove the word proposed is because Carl was objecting to it. But to be honest with you, I never understood from the very beginning, what the problem is with having it on there. If everyone just understands that it's an old plan that was modified. Matt Morrow has his hand up. It's his turn to talk. Matt, I got to unmute you. Please unmute yourself, Matt.
Thank you. Well, I mean, in looking at the situation, again, I can see both sides of the argument. But on this one, I have to say I agree with Rich on this. Not even so much over the scratch document. That was one copy. I have a copy that says proposed driveway on it. I can simply keep that copy in the file if the commission wishes to issue the negative determination. But I mean, the plain fact is that I did issue the Zoom meeting information timely to the applicant, told him we would see him Wednesday night at 7:00 when the meeting was there, and he acknowledged receipt. I just checked my emails. So, I mean, if he acknowledged receipt and didn't indicate he had a difficulty, because some applicants will indicate they have difficulties with computers or they have, crazy work schedules because of the COVID pandemic. He didn't indicate either or. So I think the commission might want to take that part of it into consideration as well. Just my 2 cents, guys.
Thank you, Matt. Katie Childs. What? Please unmute yourself, Katie.
Yeah, I can see both sides of this too. I agree with Matt and Rich. I think we should continue this, give the applicant a chance to, put his input in.
Are there any okay, I think we have a sense of where the commission is now. Do we have any comments or questions from the public? I'm looking for a motion to continue this hearing.
I'd move that we continue this hearing.
Second.
Oh, to a date certain.
Oh,
Too quick.
To I think it's July 15th.
July 15th.
If I could amend that, Mr. Chairman.
Yep.
I second.
I'm sorry, who seconded that?
I did. I accept.
Is there any further discussion? Roll call vote. Rich Birch. Probably muted. Rich, can you raise your hand? So I can find you to unmute you. Aha. Thank you, Rich.
That's a good trick.
I vote aye.
Thank you. Katie Childs.
Aye.
Todd Dwyer.
Aye.
Ken Jones.
No.
Carl Luck.
Aye.
Jack Rabbit.
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. On to our next public hearing. Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Lunenburg Wetlands Bylaw and Regulations is listed in Chapter 239. Andrew LeBlanc has filed a request for determination of applicability for addition of wash sand to an existing beach at 326 Townsend Harbor Road. There is no sand proposed in a body of water. I'm sorry, Rich, did you have something you wanted to say?
No, did I put my hand up? Oh, I just never put it back down.
I just put it down for you.
Cool.
And let's stop this share and do a new share of the new video. Let's take of the new map.
No, I shut the video back on.
Need to have, Matthew.
Sir, I can't see it.
Oh, that's right. Duh. I asked because I haven't shared it yet. It's my fault.
Hey, go lie down.
Matt, take us
Okay,
through
so
this.
this particular gentleman has an unusual work schedule due to the COVID pandemic, which is why he's probably not here. But during the last meeting, it was requested that the drawing be amended to show the scaled limit of where the sand was going, the 30-foot no-touch zone was. And on this one, he also is going to be sending in a second request for a 16-by-8 dock to be 10 feet from the property sideline. Now, it may not show on the screen share, but those lines, the red line being the limit of his sand, which at the closest point is 32 feet to the water's edge. And the scale is a little, I mean, it's at the closest point, it's farther away as you go to the other side of the lot, obviously, because of the shape of the lot.
Oh, dear.
The blue line is the scaled 30-foot no-touch zone, as it would be on the lot. Sand he's putting in is just for the upper part of the beach off by the road. There is no sand going in any closer than 32 feet. So where the word sand is written with the original line under it is where the sand is actually going.
Carla,
Just a little confused by the drawing. I had previously, everything else in this drawing looks like the numbers that are printed in are from the lot plan. So I'm confused if that 34 feet plus or minus is from the lake to the, I assume that's the road. That's 34 feet. That blue line sure doesn't look like it's 30 feet.
As I stated earlier on the screen share, it may not show according to scale, but that was scaled off.
I'm confused. I mean, I looked on the cloud. It looks just like this. It looks like the blue line is halfway up and the sand is far away from the road. If I guess the first question is the 34 feet the dimension to the road?
34 feet is the dimension to the road.
Okay, so the sand should not be more than 4 feet. And you said the sand's 32 feet, so the sand's only 2 feet off the road. Shouldn't be any more than 2 feet off the road.
On one
To get
side,
it scaled.
it goes deeper on the other side.
At that line.
At that line,
The left boundary.
you're correct.
Okay.
I would comment that I believe that beaches have their place on lakes, and that adding sand to the part of the beach is a legitimate thing to do. And I don't know that we've ever told anyone in the past that they can't put sand within 30 feet of the lake. And so if that's some kind of a new rule or new interpretation, it's news to me.
Actually, it's not. It's what's happening here is if you read the applicant's application and based on my site inspection with him, he doesn't want to go any closer than what he has depicted on the plan. It wasn't due to the no-touch zone. It was due to what his need is. His need was only to replace the sand on the upper part of his beach by the roadway. He has no desire to go within 30 feet of the lake or go anywhere near the water. The sand that's there now is sufficient. It's not running off. It's not causing any issues. He doesn't want to go any closer because he doesn't want to cause any issue. That's basically what that's all about. In his application, he stresses he's not going any closer than what's on the drawing.
Jack Rabbit.
Mr. Chairman, I did have a chance to go out and observe the site, and I'm concurring with Matt. Carl, it's a geological feature that essentially is what he's doing is he's got a picnic table at the top. The picnic table is sitting right in the middle of that upper where the word sand is. He puts some sand in up and around that. Then it falls off pretty darn quickly into a lower, flatter area. I honestly don't see a problem with putting sand up there. And I believe for the amount of sand that he had, the maximum he would have, is maybe 3-4 inches spread across at best. That would be my guess. He hasn't distributed the sand yet, to my knowledge. The question that I would have, Mr. Chairman, is that has this dock been approved by the Hickory Hills Land Association? I don't want to be party to approving somebody knowingly trespassing on somebody else's property. So I would ask that, are we aware that Hickory Hills has approved the install on that dock?
Jack, the
It's
dock
my
is not
position
part of
as
the file.
chairman that we can't consider the dock tonight because it was not included in the public notice.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's good.
He is going to file a separate RDA for that, so I'll make sure that the Lake Association knows about it.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other comments or questions from the commission?
Just a
Mr.
question
Chair,
on
if
that.
I might add that we get the plan signed and dated prior to approval.
Excellent point. Are there any other comments or questions from the commission?
Yeah, just a minute, Mr. Chairman, just while we're, while he's signing and dating, Matt mentioned a 32-foot dimension. So just to make it clear, if we could add that 32-foot dimension to this plan on the far left border.
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable request. It's
Thank
a
you.
very reasonable request. It's good for clarity purposes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Are there any other comments or questions from the commission? Are there any comments? Oh, Ken Jones.
Yeah, I guess my only point to this whole thing is this hearing and the hearing before it are kind of the same thing. We have a set of plans. It's not signed. It's not dated. There are changes made to the plans. There's no applicant present. So if that's going to be our policy, then we shouldn't even open the hearings if we don't have all this stuff, because it's kind of a waste of time.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Rabbit.
yes, I would like to move the discussion and propose that we move this meeting to July 15th.
Second.
Jack, before you do that, I'm going to ask if there's any comments or questions from the public.
I
Thank
think
you.
Todd has a comment too.
Todd.
Yeah, two quick comments. One, I agree with Ken's take on this. I think this should be continued until the applicant is able to attend. The second comment is it appears there's a error in the advertisement that shows 326 Townsend Harbor Road, while the plan shows 362 Townsend Harbor Road. If that's the case, then I think it needs to be corrected before the next hearing.
Another good reason. Good catch, Todd.
It's probably just in the
Selectmen's
agenda because the advertisement does say 362.
Okay. Thanks, Matt.
Okay, there any questions or comments from the public? I didn't really think so, but I had to ask. Now, we have a motion to continue.
So moved.
Second,
Second, to clarify, to continue to July 15th.
July 15th. Thank you. Richard Birch,
Aye.
Katie Childs,
Aye.
Todd Dwyer,
Aye.
Ken Jones,
Aye.
Carl Luck,
Aye.
Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
and I for myself. Continued pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, and Luna Wetlands Bylaw and regulations as listed in Chapter 239. Rhonda Alicio and Michael Richards have filed a request for determination of applicability for addition of a detached garage within the 200-foot riverfront zone at 161 Reservoir Road. So first of all, let's stop sharing the screen. And get rid of that. And get rid of that. And get rid of that. Is Rhonda or is the applicant present? Please raise your hand. Aha. I'll unmute you. Go ahead.
I'm here. It's Rhonda Licio.
Hi, Rhonda.
Hi.
Rhonda, I'm going to call up the plan that Matt has. 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
Put it on the screen. That's not it.
No, guys.
Sorry, it's taking me a while. Is this the plan you wanted, Matt?
That's the one. Just Rhonda, you do realize we're gonna have to print this out hard copy for you to sign and date?
Okay.
Rhonda and I actually did this one together, basically by email. Based on the fact that I'm not around town and we had some time constraints. Basically, I lost part of the week from being away because I had to use vacation time, and then I had to close on the, or get the documents together to close on the Saliba property. So that chewed a lot of time out. But Rhonda was very forthcoming as far as working with me on all of the measurements.
Are there any comments or questions from the commission?
Mr. Chairman?
Wow.
This isn't on the cloud, is it, Matt?
Yes, it is.
Yes,
Oh,
it
it
is.
is? So if I go there, I can find this? Just because I can't, it's so small in this little display, I can't.
Is,
There's a
Yes.
greenish line. There's a greenish line, I think. What is that?
There are two greenish lines.
Oh,
One behind the proposed garage, which is the limit of the inner riparian zone,
okay.
and one that goes in front of the house, partly out into the street, which is the limit of the outer riparian zone.
Ah, good. I didn't even see
The
that
blue
one.
line-
Okay, great.
The
Thank
blue
you, Matt.
line is actually drawn over the perennial stream, which shows on the ortho photo, as well as the Oliver database. Which is the
Mhm.
actual perennial stream body that you guys took the 121-foot measurement on when you went on site.
Yeah, very good. Thank you, Matt.
The white square box is the 50 by 32-foot garage. It's essentially just off the deck that you see on the house, and the garage entrance would actually be parallel to the deck, to the back end of that deck.
Ken Jones.
Mr. Chairman, through you to Matt, can he just give us a quick synopsis of the letters that he sent, or the letter that he sent to the commission about his interpretation of the 200-foot riparian and the 10% as it affects this lot?
Matt,
There is, yeah, if the commission has a copy of the memo that I had sent out by email previously, I was asked about it after the last meeting. Essentially, if you look at the regulations, this lot predates the River Protection Act. I dated the earliest deed I could find on this lot back to a mortgage in 1965. The Reader's Digest version of what I've written to you guys in short is that essentially you try to minimize the impact as much as possible. The 10% standard is relaxed in that case. In other words, you can't count the house as a previous alteration. And that's about it. I'm just trying to keep the synopsis brief.
Any other questions from commissioners?
Yeah, so just to follow up on that, just so we-
Ken still has his hand up.
No, I just put it back up. I think that basically what Matt just said speaks volumes here. I think this is I think our third meeting on this. I think we've beat this issue to death. I think we should just make a motion and approve it and close this thing tonight, right now.
I would also note that the garage is carefully placed outside the inner riparian zone, and it's in the outer riparian zone as well. So,
Carl Luck.
Is there anything that we should capture in terms of the amount of disturbance or not? Is that unimportant completely, or do we or should we capture something when we approve this?
well, I mean, I would for future reference. However, again, you have to keep in mind it is a pre-existing lot, so the strict 10% may not necessarily apply. However, you do have to try to minimize impacts as much as possible. And under the bylaw and under the River Protection Act, that portion that would be as far as calculating total impacts, total cumulative impacts can be taken into account for the future. So the square footage here would be the garage, which would be a 50 by 32 alteration.
Todd Dwyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
It would be it would be memorialized on the issue determination and entered into the file, just like we did all the other lots.
I read through everything Matt provided, and I agree with his take. I guess the only issue I have with the project is we're going to build a 1,500 square foot garage, and we're going to issue an RDA. I think this should be under an NOI, just because it gives us a little more oversight in terms of erosion protections and all the things that come with the standard order of conditions. I'm in favor of the project. I just think the RDA application is too light for a building.
Mr. Chairman, that's an excellent point. And being within the riparian to boot. I would love to finish this tonight too, but we need to do it correctly.
Well, let me ask Rhonda. Rhonda, is this a slab on grade?
Is it what?
A slab on grade. There's no foundation?
Oh, there is a foundation, yeah.
There's a knee wall
Is it a
foundation, Matt. We did a site visit, remember?
Yeah, I'm just trying to recollect out of my head, Bob, I see a lot of these projects, so.
As a member of the commission, I feel a little silly on the third hearing of this thing, saying, oh, at this point, oh, we should have, it should have been an NOI all along.
Who's ever watching it on TV, please mute.
Mr. Chairman,
Yep.
I,
Ken
I,
Jones.
I completely agree with you. This is our third hearing on this. If somebody wanted this filed as a notice of intent, it should have been, that recommendation should have been made on the first hearing. We've had 3 hearings on this. We're wasting our time. I would make a motion that we approve the hearing and close it as long as this plan is signed and dated by the applicant.
Do we have a second for Ken's motion?
Second.
We have a second. Is there further discussion?
No fucking exceptions.
Roll call vote. Richard Birch.
No.
Katie
Say it.
Childs.
No exceptions.
Dwyer.
No.
Ken Jones.
No
Aye.
fucking water.
Carl Luck.
No.
Jack Rabbit.
I'm going to say no, reluctantly.
No, if they're gonna set.
Jack Rabbit.
No,
I
reluctantly.
vote aye. The motion fails 3-4.
So, Mr. Chairman, what can we do to help Rhonda allow this to keep moving? If it's just simply a
We
paper.
just voted no, Jack. I don't know how we can do that. We have to do an NOI now.
Right, but I'm saying, how quickly can we get the NOI through, and do we make a recommendation? Sometimes we query the members.
Get it right. You want
Stop
to-
swearing.
Huh?
Ken? Ken had his hand up. Ken?
I'm really disappointed. I'm disappointed right now with the commission. I think that if we had wanted the applicant to file a notice of intent, we should have done so on the first hearing or the second hearing and not waited until the third hearing. It's not fair to the applicant. It's not fair to the members of the commission that put valued time into this. I don't think this is appropriate at all. I'm very disappointed right now. And I think that, this is not a good precedent that we just set.
Well, we still need that motion, then to have a positive determination here.
Mr. Chairman, I move we issue a positive determination on the RDA application for 181 Reservoir Road.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Roll call vote. Richard Birch.
Aye.
Katie Childs.
No.
Todd Dwyer.
Aye.
Ken Jones.
No.
Carl Luck.
Aye.
Jack Rabbit.
Aye.
And I vote no. Motion carries 4-3. I'm now going to unmute the applicant because do you understand what just happened, Rhonda?
No, I have no idea.
What just happened was the commission decided that this disturbs the wetland to a significant enough degree that it should not be handled through a request for determination. It should be requested through a notice of intent, which means you have to refile an application with the DEP and with the town of Lunenburg. You have to re-advertise in the newspaper, and We need to get a a number from the DEP, and the DEP has to comment on it before we can go to take any action on it. I'm sorry to tell you that, but that's what just happened.
And why is this? Why? At the last meeting,
Stay right here.
okay, you stop telling me what to do. At the last meeting, at the last hearing, what I heard was the garage had no environmental impact. And then I heard something about we're using too much of our property. Now, we were planning a second phase of this project that we realized.
Don't say nothing.
Okay, yeah.
That's fine, that's fine. We'll be in touch. Thank you. Well, hold on. Look, this is Michael talking now. Thank you guys all for your time very much. You've all been somewhat helpful. I thought when you came here, you told me we were all set. Back in October, you told me we were all set. It keeps going on. Thank you very much. We'll be in touch.
Thank you. Good night.
Fucking lawyer. Get a fucking lawyer. Yep. They just shut me off again.
I apologize to those watchers at home. All right. Continued, the next public hearing continued pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, and Lunenburg Wetlands Bylaw and regulations as listed in Chapter 239. Lunenburg Department of Public Works has filed a notice of intent for the construction of a culvert replacement and the replacement of the existing underground fuel storage tanks and dispensers. The town of Lunenburg Highway Department currently operates a vehicle refueling facility at the property. The existing facility consists of a 8,000-gallon gasoline and a 4,000-gallon diesel fuel underground storage tanks that are aging, as well as gasoline and diesel fuel dispensing devices. The location of the work is 520 Chase Road at the DPW facility. This application has been reviewed by the Mass DEP, and they issued DEP file number CE 2081185 with the following comments. Culvert replacement should meet stream crossing standards to the maximum extent practical under 1053-8. Applicant should determine and provide an evaluation as outlined in 1053-8A. Please provide updated information to Mass DEP and to the Conservation Commission if applicant has not already done so. The commission may want to include a condition that the stream bed material be mixed gradation with a smaller materials particles to fill in voids to prevent subsurface flows. I would note for the record that the Mass DEP had no comments whatsoever on the gas filling station. So let's stop sharing this screen. Let's see who's representing the town here. Jack, do you still have your hand up for a reason?
I just wanted to get into the queue, that's all.
Okay.
No, Bob, thank you. Brian knew that.
Jack, can you lower your hand until it's time to ask questions? I'm going to lower it for you.
Oh, Lord, okay.
Brian, I'm going to unmute you.
Thank you.
And let's find, I think Jack is here. Yeah, I'm going to mute Jack. I think I saw. The chief. Jim Marino.
I believe the police chief and fire chief are here, Bob.
I'm sorry, what?
I said I believe both Chief Sullivan and Chief Marino are here.
And I've asked them both to unmute. So, Brian.
Yes, sir.
Let me, what do you want me to call up first?
Well, I guess first I can just want to address the DEP's comments. We did receive the file number Kimberly Roth called me last week and told me to give me a heads up just so I could prepare the documents in time for the hearing tonight. So she contacted me Thursday night. She had asked me to revise the WPA Form 3 to just check the box that we could file this culvert replacement as a limited project under the 1053-8, 1053-8A provision. So I submitted a revised WPA Form 3, which checked that box, and I provided a response or an analysis to the 12 bullets under 1053-8A for her review and the commission's review. So those documents were submitted Monday to DEP. I did call her, confirm she received it, reviewed it, and it also went to the commission. The only other...
And it is on our clock.
Yes, it is. The other information that I provided that was updated from the last hearing was in response to Richard Bursch's comment about adding the detail for the catch basin to the site plans. So that was added to detail sheet 4. So we've revised everything that we were asked to revise, and we provided the analysis for the limited project crossing that DEP had requested. So that should be all the materials that we have. If you want to look at the plan, we can just go through detail sheet 4.
All right.
Is the,
Well, I think I'm on sheet 2 right now.
yeah, to go 2 more sheets.
All right. Got too much stuff on my screen. I can't tell what I'm doing.
So just to the bottom of that sheet, right in the middle center, or middle. So there's the precast concrete catch basin detail with the hood for oil protection. So that detail's been added to the plan. You know, the notes are specific, everything's specified there. And I did add a note to the note number 7, any substitutions must be approved by the project engineer prior to installation. So there's several types of hoods, different brands and manufacturers of hoods. So as we get into the construction details of this after, if there's any changes, you know, wanted to make sure it's going to be reviewed by myself. And you could certainly add a condition that if there's any changes, it would have to be reviewed by the commission as well, or Met Marrow. So that's really all the changes to the plan set from the last set that you've seen.
Are there any questions or comments from the commission?
Mr. Chairman, I got to get my hand up here.
Jack Rabbit.
You know, thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I could, I'd like to address the issue specific to not the culvert. However, the issue with regard to the fueling station. Is this appropriate at this time, or are we? Because what I found interesting is that back in March the 2nd of 2019, it was a separate RDA for the fueling station, and there was a separate piece, I believe, I didn't find it, but I believe with regard to the culvert. Somehow they got moved into a single NOI, and I did have a chance to read Kimberly's response, and I found it somewhat interesting that there was no comment made. And if you were to read the initial, the submission, it's possible that somehow it got lost in a sense. I'm doing this not to give anybody a hard time, but hey, Jack and Chiefs, you remember the Pazio?
Please direct all your comments and questions.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I would like to ask the members of the police and the fire, as well as Jack, do they recall the Pazios oil overfill spill? about 20 years ago.
I have a question about this application, Jack.
Yes, it is directly pertinent to the application.
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, go ahead, Jack.
I think Rich Bursch can answer this. I remember clearly being on site with Rich and Carl Luck, Chief Marino. It's hard to recall who was there. And I remember Rich particularly specifically suggesting that we put these both on the same NOI. In fact, his exact words were something to the, do you recall that, Richard?
Actually, Jack Rodquins, this is Matt Morrow talking.
I'm sorry, Matt. Maybe you were there as well. And that was why it was done, because it was suggested to do that. It was suggested to us or directed to us to do that.
This actually came up at a meeting. What essentially happened was earlier, I believe it was earlier this spring, there was a request for a determination filed. The commission issued a positive determination on the gas pumps, asked for a notice of intent. But at the same token, there came up an emergency certification issue because the culvert is essentially compromised. The emergency certification was granted with the condition that it be included in this notice of intent, which is why they're now both together. Procedurally, that's what happened. So essentially.
So Jack, I have the same memory that these were combined because the commission directed them to be combined.
So therefore, the vote would go if either up and down for both, or are we going to break them in half?
It's one application, Jack.
Right. So you can't.
You can't
break it up.
You can't
So
separate them.
So what we've done is we've positioned ourselves such that if we have a disagreement with regard to the location of those stations, we would be also scuttling a badly needed culvert replacement, right? Is that what we just did? Yes, it is. Okay, so let's.
So what's your question, Jack?
The question is, the earlier question was, do we have to vote those as one? And you've answered that. So now I'm going to step back and also point out that when we shared with the town that we would relocate that system, those tanks and fueling stations, that we in fact have not kept that bargain. So, okay, I'm still kind of with it, but I'm back to being the whole issue of, if you read the preamble on section on 10.
I don't hear a question here, Jack. I hear a statement.
I'm getting to the point, Mr. Chairman. The preamble clearly states that we need to be treating this as a highly sensitive area. And in this particular case, where we've had past experiences where we've had systems that couldn't fail, they in fact did. And this was apparently a human error with regard to Passios. When you're looking at risk, and you've heard this before, I look at the impact, the probability, and the ability to detect it. The impact is horrendous with regard to allowing any kind of an overflow or leakage. Now, we've had a presentation by Rich, nice engineering presentation. I'm not able to punch any holes in it. As far as I can see, it's kind of okay. But systems don't fail because of just the hardware. They fail because of the people and the processes that wrap around it. Planes, when they go down, most of the time it's because, well, the last said, it's because the pilots didn't read the owner's manual and weren't trained properly, right? Very rarely do you get just one, but you get a pile of failures altogether. In our questions so far, I've been asking questions with regard to the people and the processes being used. I have not received an iota beyond just a promise what the system should do, and have not received any kind of an outline with regard to how are the emergency procedures, they've been constructed, how are the people trained. That all needs to be part of the terms and conditions of approval, right? And that should be included in that approval process. I haven't heard those yet, and maybe I'll hear them tonight. But without hearing them, I will not support them. And if I can't get the information I'm agreeing with, and if the committee does decide that they want to move ahead with this, I will personally call DEP and file an injunction. Until the people and process issues.
Jack, there's no question here. Where's your question?
My question is, are we going to hear about the people and the processes tonight such that we can make a legitimate vote with regard to assessing our total risk?
Jack, I would say this. At the last meeting, you asked a lot of questions that had nothing to do with the Inland Wetlands Act. And I didn't stop you from asking those questions, and I probably should have. Because if anyone's listening, if any of the commissioners are listening, and they base their decision on questions that have nothing to do with the Inland Wetlands Act, and it's appealed, we would lose.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that the preamble within that outlining the strategic importance with regard to having fresh water to the community, protecting our wells, protecting our habitat is clearly spelt out there. And we should be taking every effort possible to make sure that the residents of Hickory Hills, all 580 of them as part of this homes, are protected. And that's our job. And that's what's stated in the Wetlands Protection Act. So therefore, I appreciate the pushback, but I'm telling you, we need to be addressing how are the people and how are the processes going to work within this system proposed. You showed me a bunch of hardware, but you haven't showed me the two other factors, major factors that are associated with reducing your risk.
Ken Jones. Oh, I gotta mute you. Ken Jones.
I'm unmuted. Thanks, Commissioner, Chairman. I feel like if DEP wanted to comment, they would have commented. They saw this entire plan in its entirety. They've spoken to the engineer, and to be threatened by Commissioner Rabbit is ridiculous that he's going to file an injunction. They've already seen this. They've seen it. They had their chance to comment and they didn't. We need to vote on this. This is beyond ridiculous.
Richard Birch. Oh, I gotta unmute Richard Birch. Richard Birch. Whoop. Richard Birch.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
the application presented to DEP reads, and I quote, replacement of deteriorated culvert under the access driveway to the property. That is the description for the project going under the driveway. Then it follows replacement of underground fuel tanks and new above ground double walled fuel tanks in concrete containment, and the replacement of existing fuel pumps with new fuel pumps on a concrete pad. New pavement and associated drainage improvements will also be incorporated in the project. And the plans that were submitted to us on June 29th were the plans that were reviewed by DEP. If they had any questions or felt that they had any authority or concerns in the day-to-day operations of this fueling facility, they surely would have brought them forth, as their comments were well thought out and very specific. So at this point, I don't think that we need to, at least myself, hear any more descriptions from the applicant for this project.
Are there any other
you.
Go ahead, Rich. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Todd Dwyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to echo my support for Ken's comments as well as Rich's comments. I'm ready to vote on this. I think the application's complete. And while I respect Jack's point of view, Mr. Chairman, and his concern for the project, I don't share that concern.
Thank you, Todd. Rich, were you done?
I was done. Yes. So put my hand down.
Yeah. Carl Luck.
Yeah, I certainly empathize with Jack's position, and he's entitled to that. I just want to clarify, because I think someone, it might have been you, Mr. Chair, last time said that I know maintenance procedures and documents are required at some level, but could you confirm that they're outside of our purview or not, just for the record? Even though it's maintenance of things within the riverfront?
I can't confirm that or not. I know that there's nothing in the Inland Wetlands Act about training. for the people in training records, which were the questions that were being asked at the last hearing.
Mr. Chairman, if I could chime in here. A fueling facility like this does require under state law an SPCC plan, which is spill prevention response and countermeasures plan. So that plan is being created by the manufacturer and by the mechanical engineer who's designing the pumps, designing the whole mechanical system. That SPCC plan is required by state law to be followed by the fueling facility. It will outline the operation and maintenance of the fueling facility. It outlines the fueling procedures, the inspection requirements, everything that has to be done as part of a fueling facility in the state of Massachusetts will be done. It will be filed. It will be filed with the town. We still have to go to planning board, or it has to get and through building permits. So the building department. All of this is required by the project. So it will be part of the documentation that's submitted to the town. It'll be required to be kept on site at the DPW. And things like these can be a condition of your approval to provide any type of training documents, inspection documents on a yearly basis or something like that. So these things are going to be required. They are part of the project. It's just not part of the documentation level we have right now. We don't have construction documents created for the project because we don't know whether we need your approval first before we're going to move forward spending the town's money and anybody else's money on these additional materials.
And my point is, Carl, that these issues that Jack raises are important issues, but they're not within our legitimate authority. There's some other authority that, regulates, filling stations and stuff.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I now understand that, and I appreciate Mr. Marchetti's education, and I'm comfortable that those are required. I would like us to consider. So it sounds like there's going to be reports, and I'm sure the documents are going to be great, and they're going to comply with state requirements, which are rigorous. The devil is always in the follow-up and the maintenance being done and properly done. I think it would be within our responsibility, as was you mentioned by Mr. Marchetti, that we put in the order conditions that we receive copies of the annual inspections, maintenance, training, whatever comes out of those requirements in terms of annual reports, that we, as a condition of the order, that we receive those annually so that we can audit and make sure that everything is being done to protect the wetlands.
Thank you, Carl. Anything else?
Nope.
Katie Childs has not spoken yet.
I just wanted to say I fully support what Rich was saying. DEP, if they want to make a comment, they would have made a comment about the specific issue. This plan has everything I was looking for, and I'm ready to vote tonight.
Are there any other comments from Commissioners Jack Rabbit?
Mr. Chairman, given that the SPCC plan should answer the questions around the processes and assurances around the people, we totally accept that. I would just ask that before we make this facility operational, that we have a review to assure all those documents and all the training and such has been carried out. And that perhaps there are practice drills and things like that before that occur, especially on a startup when you're starting to commission it. And I totally agree with Mr. Luck's request that we receive these reports, and if appropriate, we have the right to go in and conduct an internal audit of that to assure that all those activities meet some sort of level of reasonableness. But I would support that. Just a second note, I did certainly not mean to insult the other members of our committee. I have the highest respect for you guys. It's just that sometimes if you believe in something so hard, you got to dig your heels in. And that was my way of digging in the heels. So if we can come up with the SPC and we have a chance to see it, and before the facility's commissioned, and we do a quick run through, I'm okay with that.
Thank you, Jack. Are there any other comments from commissioners? Are there any comments from the public? Andrea Adams.
Good evening. My name's Andrea Adams, and I was here at your last meeting in June. First, I want to shout out to one of my classmates, Chief Sullivan. I hope you're doing well. The reason I'm chiming in on this is because for 22 years I worked for the Cape Cod Commission, and as part of that career, I helped rewrite the state's hazardous waste regulations. So I'm intimately familiar with some of the concerns that Mr. Rabbit is bringing up from the perspective of releases of things you don't want to go in the environment. And there will be a spill response plan. I guess from my perspective of having reviewed thousands of spill response plans from all sorts of different types of businesses, from airports to hazardous waste facilities to you name it, I would strongly, and I believe this will happen because I know Chief Sullivan, encourage the town to take the template essentially that the consultant is going to give you and make it a living document for the town of Lunenburg and for the emergency responders that are going to respond to this facility and for the people who are going to use it, so that it addresses the real-time way that the facility is operated, which is going to deviate from the spill response plan because that looks more at the hardware than it does the people who are using it. I'm not saying anybody's going to do anything wrong. I'm just saying I've seen too many that I know were written by a person who knew the facility, knew the engineering, but didn't know the people. So take comfort in it that you have the people in the town who care. Just involve them in the process of training those people and making sure that you look at you take comments particularly from the people who are going to use the fueling facility the most, because they're going to be living with it day to day. So
Andrea, could you just give your address?
Sure. I actually currently live in the town of Woburn, but my mother lives at 39 Pleasant Street, Lunenburg. I'm actually here for the next agenda item, but
okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Whoever Angie is, please give your full name and address.
Hi, I'm Angela Chbosky. I live at 42 Willow Street in Leominster, Mass. I'm also here for another agenda item, but I work for the city of Leominster, and we have a fueling station, and I worked really hard with our DPW and with our fire chief and our police chief to make sure that every department has a copy of the spill response team. We actually have meetings frequently with them to discuss any of the issues on site. It's most definitely, this is really a great opportunity for the Conservation Commission to work really closely with their emergency responders and be involved and let their voices be heard. So I think like Mr. Marchetti had suggested, putting that as a condition to have that on the file would be very valuable to your commission, your future agents, your current agent, and the community as a whole.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? I'm looking for a motion.
I would move we accept the NOI as presented with the amendments to specify that we receive the plans and can review the plans prior to the system going into startup. And of course, approval of those plans prior to startup.
All right. You're suggesting that we have to approve the safety plan before startup?
No, I just want to make sure they're in place and active.
We have a second.
I'd like to second for the purpose of discussion.
Further discussion?
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, Carl.
I wonder if we could impose upon Angie. I agree with the direction Jack's going, but I think the way we explain it and the way we put it in the regulation is correct. And I wonder if we could ask her to help us a little bit with what the proper words, because what she said and the intent was great. I'm just trying to figure out how we incorporate that into this order.
Angie, do you care to comment?
Sure, I don't mind. The way I would word it, I would suggest my commission word it would be to put it as we'd like to receive a copy of the emergency response plan. Either have a meeting with have someone from the DPW or whoever will be maintaining the facility meet with the agent prior to review it and voice any concerns of the commission, as well as just ensure that you have the spill response plan on file before work can start. And if you guys have a lot more involvement in your community as commission members. So if the commission members want to be involved in that meeting as well, that's most definitely something you guys can evaluate.
Great. Thank you very much, Angie. I would like to propose to amend the amendment to include that language. Motion to include that language.
I would accept that.
Before we do another thing, I want to hear what Matt has to say.
Good idea.
Go ahead, Matt.
Actually, I was going to say I agree with Angie 100%. She essentially said it better than I could have. So that's my take on it, guys.
Thank you. Back to Carl.
Hey, Bob, can I interrupt you for 1 second? Bob?
I'm sorry.
Brian
Go ahead,
Marchetti.
Brian.
I'm getting yelled at by the Framingham Conservation Chairman. I'm supposed to be on a meeting right now with them. It sounds like we're all kind of on board here. I'd ask that Jack Rodquins, if you can just finish the meeting without me. I don't want to lose this other my spot on this other one on the last hearing. So if they close, I'm kind of screwed.
Getting out already?
I'm flattered to think I could take your spot, Brian, but
I'm confident you can. Justin Leclerc
Good night, Brian.
Justin Leclerc from McCarty is also on the meeting right now. If there's anything else that's required from McCarty, please hold Justin in and he will make sure it gets done, or at least the message is conveyed to me.
thanks,
All
Brian.
right. Thank you. I
Well
appreciate
done,
it.
Brian. Good night.
All right.
So we have a motion on the floor and it was seconded. Where are we on this vote? I guess all those in favor, roll call vote. Richard Birch.
Mr. Chairman, are we voting on the amended motion?
All right, let's recap where we are.
Thank you.
Jack made a motion and you seconded it.
And I seconded it. We had discussion,
We had discussion.
and I made a motion to amend the motion.
And I've accepted the motion, amended motion.
And so let's read back the amended motion.
Angie, where are you?
No, I want to hear from a member. Let's read back the amended motion. What are we going to vote on?
We are voting on the combined,
Carl, what's your amendment?
The amendment was to include the language that Angie was kind enough to contribute to our meeting.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I for one am not specific. I'm clear on the spirit of what this young lady suggests, and I think it's appropriate. I'm not sure of the exact language of the amendment.
Neither am I.
Well,
give us a minute.
And that's why I'm asking this question.
Good question.
Sure.
Well, I think we could pull it off of the recording of this meeting.
I'm going to ask Angie to unmute. Angie, can you repeat what you had to say before?
Yes. So the special conditions that I would suggest would be to have the spill response plan, whoever writes it up, whatever, if it's the fire, police, DPW, for Lunenburg, submit it to the agent, have a meeting with the agent and review it, or members of the commission, and just ensure that all, they can work together to ensure that all the members who are on site understand that process. I know typically they are OSHA certified, so.
Thank you,
And-
Angie.
Okay, so as I understand it, Mr. Chairman, this is going to be in place and reviewed at the very least annually in a report, but reviewed prior to startup as we move forward. I just, I want to have some assurance, number one, that we're not going to put this in the ground, or not in the ground, on the ground, get it all ready to go. And what's the criteria of, if one person in the commission says, well, this isn't quite right. I'm not sure what's right and wrong there. You will have the documents as required, and would certainly be open to constructive criticism, but I want to be assured that we can move forward.
I gotta say, as chairman, I'm not comfortable with the idea that the Conservation Commission would exercise any kind of veto power over this safety plan. To me, it's not in our area of expertise. It's not something that we're empowered to do by legislation, and I'm not comfortable with it. To me, if we receiving a copy, I'm comfortable with, but not participating in the formation of the plan. I'm going to call first on Chief Sullivan, then Matt Morrow, and then Jack Rabbit. Oh, I got to unmute Chief Sullivan. I'm trying to unmute you, Chief.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. No, I can't hear you now. Let's try again, Chief. Raise your hand again, Chief, so you come to the top. All right. Please unmute yourself, Chief. Now, Chief.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Mr. Chairman, I would echo your comments. Obviously, we would be involved in this. We would be involved with the DPW, but I would definitely have concerns about a veto power being outside of this. Regulations and what is done for safety there falls under Department of Fire Services. It falls under DEP. There's a lot of checks and balances here. We should not be adding another one. That's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Chief. Matt Morrow. Please unmute yourself, Matt. Matt.
Okay, so essentially the way I'm interpreting the language of the amended motion is there would be a set of parameters spelled out on the plan that would be given to the commission as a living document. So the spill response plan being reviewed by myself and the commission to ensure it's in place to meet and go over it. In other words, we're looking to speak to the protection, and this is what I believe Angie is saying. We're looking to speak to the protection of the resource area. It's not veto power. So we're simply looking to ensure that the parameters spelled out in the plans are followed so that there's no threat to the resource area. And that's really all it is. It's not a veto. In other words, you couldn't say, oh, no, this is wrong. You guys got to drop what you're doing. It's not a veto in any way.
And so what is it, Matt? I don't understand. As chairman, I don't understand what we're voting on.
It's simply that we're taking the spill response plan, we're making it part of our file, and we're simply ensuring that the spill response plan is being followed. And that's simply to ensure that the resource areas are protected. It's not to turn around and say your spill response plan is inadequate. As the chief put it, there are other agencies that would supervise that. In our case, if the spill response plan was not being followed and we detected a threat to the resource area, then we'd have to address it. It wouldn't be a veto power. It would be constructive interaction between the two agencies, and that's all.
Ken Jones.
I guess that all being said, couldn't we just reference the spill response plan and the order of conditions? And wouldn't that cover all the bases that we're looking for here? And so I'm not in favor of the amendment or the motion. I think we just need a motion that says we approve this with a standard order of conditions with the spill response plan referenced.
Jack Rabbit.
Okay, two parts. First of all, I totally agree with Chief Sullivan in that there's two components to this, Chief. One of them is the safety piece, paramount to everything else, right? I totally agree with that. We are representing essentially the environmental side of it. We are actually representing the DEP through dotted line. So therefore, I believe that we do have a legitimate seat at the table. We also have the legitimate right to do a confirmation that the SPCC plan is being followed in all aspects. Now, I have not seen the SPCC plan, so I can't very well, and Ken, I'd be going with you if I'd seen it and there was those kinds of requirements that they would sit down with the Conservation Commission and they would sit down with the fire and police chief. I don't know what's in there. If it's in there, that's great. I'm all for it. If you can get us advanced copies, I'd be all for it. But without that and passing this in approval, it's not fair to Jack or anybody else to say, oh, by the way, we thought about this now. We need to put that right up front, that we are participants in this review process. And for that matter, participants in the process of confirming that all pieces are in place prior to startup of the facility. And therefore, I'm agreeing with all of you, but we don't see that SPC plan. And therefore, I would urge this committee to make sure that we are active participants in the front end of this process.
Andrea, oh, I don't know. Andrea.
I'll keep it short. That's my point. Nothing is so helpful as sunshine. I think you are at the table because if the contaminant gets into the resource, then it's squarely in your bailiwicks. I think that you have a lot of interested people who want different, who all want to protect either the people, the facility, or the resource. And I think it would be very helpful that you all work together so that you understand who's got different pieces of what. I don't think it's a question of nullifying the SPCC plan. That's impossible because you have to have one in order to run the facility. I think you bring an expertise as the Conservation Commission or an angle that is complementary to some of the other ones that Chief Sullivan, for example, might bring, or the DPW director. I never thought that it would ever be a veto power. So I would just, I can sense the hesitation and I understand it. I would just use this as a learning exercise and a team building exercise that you begin to work together should you have this kind of facility again in the town. Thanks again for allowing me to comment again.
Angie, one more.
Yes, sorry. I just want to clarify. It's in no way, shape, or form a veto power. I would never walk onto a site at DPW for police or fire and tell them that their plans were, can't do it, change it. How I operate personally is I go on the site and I say, this is what I'm concerned about. And a lot of the time, it's not something that they would naturally think of because their mind is more public safety. Their mind is, containment. They don't immediately realize that, oh, there's a river there, there's a catch basin, there's an outfall. That's not really their main focus. So I think bringing this to your attention educates you on what they focus on, and educates them on what you guys focus on. It really opens up for a greater community connection for emergency management in the future, outside of spills from fueling stations. That's why I just wanted to clarify.
Thank you, Jack.
I'm still up. I'm in total agreement. I'm not suggesting we have veto power, but if we do find a violation that we deem significant, that we have the ability to cause a fairly immediate rectification of that difficulty. I'm not interested in shutting the facility down. I'm interested in having it fixed as fast as we possibly can. And So Angie and Andrea, I'm in agreement with you, and I applaud the approach that we need to be working together as a essential threesome, DEP, and not DEP, I'm sorry, Department of Public Works, the conservation and safety. And I think that would be a great outcome for the town, and it would certainly make the residents, anybody on that Mulpus, feel a lot better, and we would significantly reduce the risk by doing this. And it's nothing but a win-win-win situation. So I would, I would support
Thank you,
us.
Jack. Matt.
Thank you, Bob.
Matt,
Okay,
you have
really
your hand
quick.
up.
Yes, really quick. I think the key to this whole thing, it can be summed up in basically the term that Ms. Adams used, complementary. If you're going to enact this type of provision in your order of conditions, should you decide to issue it, it needs to be kept in mind that it's done in a complementary manner. In other words, that the efforts have to be supportive to each other. So the departments need to be supportive to each other. It's not a veto power. It's not an adversarial. It has to be supportive. So, that just, if you guys decide you're going to pass the motion in that manner, I think in the long term that needs to be kept in mind. DPW went to a lot of trouble to plan this. We need to ensure that if we're going to monitor this, we're doing it all in a supportive manner for the same goals, just in our own different ways.
Thank you, Chief Sullivan. Oh, I want second. We're gonna play the unmute you game again.
All right.
Go ahead, Chief.
With all due respect, this project has gone on for quite a while, and even with all the talk, I hate to use the term filibuster, but I feel like that has gone on with this project. My suggestion, my personal recommendation is to vote down the amendment and approve this. Let's get it done. We're way behind the 8 ball on getting this project done. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Carl Luck.
I'm not, Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure that the last comment hit the heart of it. There's no intention on anyone's part to hold us up. We're just trying to move this forward and vote on it tonight. I appreciate the inputs from our visitors. And I fully support, and my intention of the amendment was exactly what Matt said. It's just if we're not at the table and have an input, then the environment, the sensitive area isn't being represented. And I think that's our job, is to make sure it's represented in that process. Veto was never mentioned by anyone in the commission, or intended, I'm sure. An emotional statement. It's a cooperative. It's meant to be cooperative and to bring value to the process, not to in any way disrupt it. So I hope a majority of members can support the vote, and I would suggest we take the vote, Mr. Chair.
On the original, I never heard anything more about you proposed an amendment. I never heard anything more about your proposed amendment to the original motion.
The original mover of the motion accepted that amendment. So the vote is with the language that we've gone over 3-4 times now, and that Matt succinctly stated.
And I did accept the change.
Are there any questions about what we're voting on?
Could you just state one more time the language succinctly? This is the language of the amendment. Just not what the young lady says, she has great ideas, but just what is the language as it's
If that's a reasonable request, then I think the motioner should do that.
Mr. Chairman, I would defer to our agent, who I think put it more succinctly than I could.
Matthew, where are you? Raise your hand.
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, guys. I got a train going by me right now.
I don't think we ever heard that.
Loud train.
Sorry about that. You guys got problems with dogs. I got a problem with a train. Okay, so what did you need from me? All I heard was a train whistle.
The language of the amendment.
What's the language that we're voting on here, Matt?
Okay. So essentially that the language is that the spill response plan be submitted to the commission and reviewed by myself or a commissioner to ensure that it's been properly put in place.
You
So it
agree
depends
that
on how
that's
you
what we're
guys-
voting on, Jack?
I'm sorry, Bob, I couldn't hear that. I don't have a train though.
Do you agree that that's what we're voting on? As the person who made the motion?
With the addition that we have this review prior to startup of the facility, and that there is a discussion between the three parties. And essentially, we try to work together to make sure that this thing, we've taken the risk number down as far as we can. So my points are, I would like to make sure that we have this meeting and all this documentation in place prior to the startup of the facility.
So therefore, the motion would be that we receive a copy of the safety plan, the safety spill prevention plan before the startup of the facility.
That's correct. And we also meet and confirm that all those activities are in place. We do that in that meeting.
How can we do that when the plan
Before you
has?
take the plane off the ground, you hit the chat, you talk to the crew.
Richard Birch. Well, I gotta unmute you. You people always mute yourself and then, go ahead, Rich.
Mr. Chair, I might add, I do appreciate the passion that other members are having. It certainly is a very sensitive area and a sensitive use of that area. Number 1 of the order of conditions states that the applicant will follow all state, federal, and local guidelines, regulations, and statutes in place, or the order is revoked. The engineer has stated that there are several other state agencies that do need to approve, per their regulations, plans for this facility. If at any time that is not followed, this order of conditions can be considered revoked. So I do think we're kind of duplicating language that is already in our order of conditions at this time. So rather than spend the time trying to fine tune language that we should just be involved anyways, I think that we should just restate the motion for approval as presented and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. I agree with the chairman. I'll be voting no.
You're the chairman.
I'm sorry, with the former chairman, and I'll be voting no on this. All right, all those in favor of this motion, Richard Birch,
No.
Katie Childs,
No.
Jack Rabbit,
Yes.
Ken Jones,
No.
Carl Luck,
Yes.
Todd Dwyer.
No.
Is that everybody?
Except for you.
Oh, and the chairman votes no. I'm still looking for a motion.
I would make a motion, Mr. Chairman, that we approve the plans as presented with a standard order of conditions.
Second.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to discussion. I'd like to make an amendment to that.
I would not accept an amendment.
Ooh, well, in that particular case, I would ask that you recuse yourself.
I'm not going to recuse myself. If I recuse myself, I would ask that Commissioner Dwyer recuse himself as a selectman. This is getting old, Jack.
I know, Ken.
You're trying to stall this. We need to take a vote on it. It's getting ridiculous.
Please address all comments to the chair.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, this is getting ridiculous. Mr. Rabbit is drawing this on more and more than it needs to be drawn on.
Ken,
Yes.
is there any further discussion?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Yes, sir.
when a amendment is proposed, the amendment has to be, if it's seconded, has to be discussed and voted on first. The person who made the original amendment, it doesn't have the ability to, disapprove an amendment.
That's a
Amendment
good
stands on
point,
its
Carl.
own.
Is there a second for Jack's amendment?
Yeah, let it go. Let it go.
Is there a second for Jack's amendment?
I second it for discussion.
Oh, thank you so much, Carl.
I knew you'd appreciate it.
Yes, I like long meetings. All right, so further discussion on this amendment.
What's the amendment? We haven't even heard it.
The amendment is to essentially add a line that says prior to commission that the three parties sit down and come to an agreement that all the elements required in that standard are in place.
Didn't we just vote on that? Didn't you folks just vote on that?
We did, but we're going
Mike.
to vote on it again.
It's a little different. It's a little different.
Is there any other discussion? Okay, roll call vote. Richard Birch,
No.
Katie Childs,
No.
Todd Dwyer,
No.
Ken Jones,
No.
Carl Luck,
Yes.
Jack Rabbit,
Yes.
Bob Pease, no. Now let's vote on the actual motion that Ken made. Rich Birch,
Aye.
The motion Ken made?
Yes, I made a motion.
it was amended.
Yeah, just repeat it. I'm
And
sorry, I'm
seconded.
lost with half this stuff going.
I will remake my motion, Mr. Chairman. My motion is to approve the plans as presented with a standard order of conditions. That is my motion.
Second.
And it's already been motioned in the second, and we're now voting on it. Richard Birch,
Aye.
Katie Childs,
Aye.
Todd Dwyer,
Aye.
Ken Jones,
Aye.
Carl Luck,
Aye.
Jack Rabbit,
So I won't lose the culvert. I vote yes.
Bob Pease, aye. All
Mr.
right.
Chairman, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Chairman, first of all, thank you very much to the members of the commission. Does this mean now, Mr. Rabbit, that you've rescinded your threat for an injunction? Or can we expect that injunction?
Well,
I think that's out of order.
Not out of order. He brought it up. He should answer the question.
problem answering.
Please address all questions to the chair.
Jack, honestly,
Yes, sir.
I was just informed by my wife. I'm being funny, and now I'm getting hollered at.
Say no more.
Honestly, I
Say
stand.
no
with
more.
the committee. I stand. I stand with this committee, and given the fact that hopefully the SPC has all those pieces in there, then I'm not going to go to DEP.
Okay.
If they do not understand, I will choose other routes, but I'm not right now. It's not my intention to go to DEP.
Thank you. Thank you. And listen to your wife, Jack.
Hey, we both listen to our wives, right?
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, next public hearing. Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, and Luna Wetlands Bylaw and regulations as listed in Chapter 239, the town of Lunenburg has filed a notice of intent and is proposing maintenance on the existing municipal bridge that carries Pleasant Street over Pearl Hill Brook. This application has been reviewed by the Mass DEP and they issued file number CE 2081186 with no comments. Are there any questions from the commission? Richard Birch. Oh, I gotta ask him to unmute himself. Go ahead, Rich.
Yes, I think one of the outstanding questions was the asphalt mulch, what that consisted of. We're supposed to get some specifications as to that product.
I think if I may, Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
someone, I don't know who it was, put up on the screen. I don't have of what that mulch was. I don't know if you can retrieve that, but it's reground asphalt and concrete. I remember seeing it because I had mentioned that it was some sort of erosion control, and I was in error, clearly in error. And then it flashed upon the screen. Someone had definition, perhaps one of our consultants. I'm looking at the catch basin here, so I don't know who's on from VHB or if anyone's on. But
I'm sorry. Let me stop that share. Let's see is D. Canada from HB.
There you go. Take it away, guys.
Looks like,
Let me
Mr.
mute
Chairman,
that person.
Andrew Burkhold is on too.
D. Canada and who else? Can you? This other person? Can you raise your hand so I can unmute you? All right, go ahead.
This is Dan Canada from VHB. Andrew Burkholder is here with me as well. So based on our discussion last time, we just got clarification from our highway engineers, and the old asphalt is the milling mulch is effectively old asphalt that has been ground to a point. It's not fresh asphalt, so there's any oils or substances that were potentially present previously would not be there. And again, this is a standard specification that MassDOT implements in a lot of their guardrails.
Are there any other? Does that address your question, Rich? Does that address?
Yes, that does.
your question,
Thank you.
Richard?
Yep, I just assume, as with any MassDOT approved project, that there would be a specification involved in it. So as long as that's presented with the application, that'll be fine.
Thank you. Let's see, Matt Morrow.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This time I was able to leave myself unmuted because the trains are done, I think, for the night. The other issue was the floodway and the calculations. I did put them up on the cloud. I actually had them in the previous meeting folder, so if you guys didn't see them, I did put them on the cloud earlier this evening. In reviewing the floodway calculations, they look good to me. They were very well done. Actually very, very satisfied with what I saw on that report. I thought your AEP analysis was very conservative, so I'm good with it.
Thank you, Matthew. Are there any other questions or comments from commissioners?
Has an DEP number been issued for this, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, it has. It was reviewed by the Mass DEP. They issued CE 208-1186 with no comments.
Speaks for itself.
Andrea, let me ask you to unmute yourself. Andrea Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Only two questions. Since I was able to visit the property recently, if you're standing on the bridge and looking, I guess, upstream towards the dam that is adjacent to my mother's property, you can see how the riverbed has been molded. It's probably concrete, and then it comes into the wing walls, goes under the actual bridge and out the other side. If you're standing looking at the dam, the wing wall on the left-hand side has a pretty nice crack in it. My question is, as part of the project, will that crack be repaired? And if so, will it be, if it is repaired, will it be repaired from the deck side, or will you have to go down slope and reach it that way?
Will be repaired as part of the project. That is a pretty significant crack, so we do want to put some rebar across it or make sure that it's not going to continue to open.
Right.
I would think to do that repair, you would need to be in front of the wing wall. I don't think you can reach down over the top to do that type of repair.
May I ask another question?
Go ahead.
If so, wouldn't you be operating within the stream bed itself in order to affect that repair? Would you use machinery, or would you do scaffolding to, even though the stream bed isn't, I think, from living there for 22 years, natural, it is still a full stream bed. So how would you affect the repair?
I think the contractor would have their own means and methods on how to do it. So we wouldn't prescribe it necessarily, but I think it would not be equipment down in the stream. I would think it would just be personnel, and they could use some type of scaffolding. But that river channel under the bridge, in the vicinity of the bridge, is paved,
Right.
concrete, as you mentioned.
Correct. It doesn't look at all natural. It's never been that way, and I'm 54.
It is not.
And it was that way when my parents bought the house in 1953. Thank you for that. Again, same general location, looking at the bridge ahead of you. The stream bed goes underneath you. There's my parents' property to the right, and sort of the manufactured stream bank. When I was younger, there wasn't that much vegetation, so you could see how it'd been paved. And there's a lot of vegetation close to the existing guardrail that looks to have been topped by a gravelly. Will that vegetation be removed as part of the project?
I don't know exactly what you're talking about. Maybe it's harder to describe, but there are work limits shown on the plans, limits of work, and those, we won't go outside of those limits, wouldn't go outside of those limits. So there is a case where we need to restore the bank and protect the bank on top of the wing wall because it is deteriorated. So in that location, we are proposing to put some riprap to protect it.
Okay.
And then there's, also the new guardrail, which that mulch that's up near the roadway. But again, the limits of work are shown on the plans, and we would not, those are defining where the contractor can and cannot work.
Okay. One clarification, sir, Mr. Chairman, and one more question.
Go ahead.
Clarification, when you're saying the wing wall, you mean the one with a crack in it?
I believe it's the northeast wing wall is the one that has the
crack in it. That's the area I'm talking about when I say it's been topped by a gravelly. A third, and I know that you're the project engineer, not the actual contractor that's going to be doing the work. Do you anticipate having to build some sort of copper dam or actually impede stream flow to complete the work?
No, because there's no real work down below on the substructure other than to repair the crack. All the work is done from the top. It's the superstructure replacement, not any work on the foundations or the substructure.
That basically concludes my questions. Thanks very much. I think it's a wonderful project. My mother's already decided how to reroute herself to get around the construction area, but she says it'll be nice not to have people speeding up over the bridge and zooming up the hill for a while. She's also looking forward to watching them come down the hill, stop, look confused, turn around, and go back up. That was the substance of our conversation when I was able to see her for the first time in 2 months, thanks to COVID. But thank you to the Conservation Commission for taking all matters seriously. I know it's not easy. You bring a lot of expertise to the table, and as a fellow person who is in the discipline as land use planner, I tip my hat to you all as volunteers. Thank you ever so much for what you do and taking all hearings seriously.
Thank you. Is there any other comments or questions from the public? Hearing none, I'm looking for a motion to approve.
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Carl. Any further discussion? Then we'll take a roll call vote. Rich Birch.
He's still muted.
Oh, come on, Rich.
Vote aye.
Birch.
Aye.
Thank you, Rich. Katie Childs.
Aye.
Todd Dwyer.
Aye.
Ken Jones.
Aye.
Carl Luck.
Aye.
Jack Rabbit.
Aye.
And I also vote aye as well. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Mr.
Have a
Chairman.
good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
All right. Continued public hearing pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 is amended in the Town of Lunenburg Wetlands Protection and Municipal Bylaws. A public hearing on a request for determination of applicability by Pamela Johnston for work at 392 Sunset Lane will be held. Work proposed is replacement of an existing dock. Is someone here?
He's here.
Representative Johnstons, please raise their hand.
Mr.
You
Chairman,
can't do the hand raising feature for some reason.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
Carl Luck here. I need to recuse myself from this hearing.
Thank you. Oh, I found Pamela Johnson. I'm going to ask her to unmute.
Can you hear us now?
I can hear you.
Okay.
Is there anyone else we should unmute, Pam?
No, actually, Rick is with me tonight. So, hello and good evening, everyone. For the record. Oh,
and-
sorry, go ahead.
Pam, I'm going to call up the new documentation that you put in. So while you're talking, I'm going to be looking on finding that.
Okay, great, thank you. So for the record, my name is Pamela Johnston, and I'm here tonight with Rick Tonoli, who is my brother, and the co-owner of our property at 392 Sunset Lane. At your June 17th meeting, we came before the commission with an RDA to replace a dock on our property, and we're returning tonight with the detailed information that you requested about this location. Your questions were really regarding distances and water depth.
No voice.
Well, no, can you hear me?
I can hear you fine.
Oh, okay. Someone said no voice. I apologize.
Bad internet, sorry.
Okay. Should I wait for you to pull up the diagram, Mr. Chairman?
It'll take me just one more minute.
Okay. So I have an image and a chart to show you the information.
I think you should be looking at it now.
Okay, yeah. So you can zoom in on that image first if you'd like. For this image, I used Google Maps, and the image indicates the location of the proposed dock, which will be a 44-foot temporary structure. It'll be freestanding in aluminum material, and it'll be removed in the fall and reinstalled in the spring. On the image, I drew that blue line to show the actual shoreline. It's all retaining walls, and it's really difficult to distinguish in the image. I'll point out that the shoreline is not straight, particularly as you head south or more towards the bottom of that blue line. The property is bending toward the water. And I got this off of Google Maps on June 28th, and you can actually see our boat in that picture. So this image must be from last summer or even earlier than that, because that particular boat is not has been launched in the lake yet. So if you scroll down, Mr. Chairman, you'll see the chart that indicates the water depth. As you can see, our location is very shallow, and it gets deep very slowly. So the purpose of this RDA is to provide a safe place for me to put my boat. It's a 19.5-foot bow rider, and it has a draft of 19 inches, meaning there's 19 inches of the boat below the water line. And that 19 inches is measured when there are no passengers in the boat. So I'm not going to read you this chart, but I'll give you a little bit of a description and explanation. On the chart, the middle column indicates the water depth where the proposed dock would be located. The last column was added to show the difference in the depth as you move about 10 feet south or toward the left of our property, and that's the space where the boat would be located. As you can see, comparing those depths at the dock and the depths as you move in that direction, the natural terrain of the land is that the water is getting even shallower. I also provided a depth that would be at the location even with my 44-foot proposed dock and about 50 feet south. And you can see that the depth has dropped from 39 inches to 22 inches. So it shows that terrain in that direction is really continuing to get shallower. Using these measurements, I determined that the deepest part of the 44-foot dock at the proposed location, placing my boat with a 19-inch draft would result in 16 to 20 inches of remaining available water depth under my boat when it is docked. These measurements were taken on June 26th of 2020, and the depth of the water will continue to get shallower over the coming summer months. Also, this area gets very choppy due to wind and waves, which will cause the boat to bounce and rock and go even deeper into the water at times. These measurements were all taken during calm conditions. In closing, I just want to state that my family has lived at this location on this lake every summer for the past 50 years. We've had various docks and boats in the exact proposed location of this RDA every summer without a single issue. I feel that this RDA maintains a safe environment at this location. It meets my needs to safely dock my boat at our property, and of most importance to this commission, imposes no negative impact to the protected area. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from the commissioners? Jack Rabbit.
Of course, I'm sorry. Hey, there's a real value in the site visit. I was honestly had real concerns going in and looking at a 45-foot extension out into the area. But I totally agree with you, given the arc of the property and the demonstration by your brother as he walked out there, and plus the fact that, like you said, you get a few people in there and also you get a lot of wave action. I would totally support this request.
Thank you.
Richard Birch. Whoop, sorry, Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Rich.
Did we have a water depth at the outer edge of the dock proposed?
Well, if you look, it's at 44 feet, it's 39 inches. At 40 feet, it's 36 inches.
I did not see the documentation at the bottom. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. No further questions.
Are there any other questions by the commission?
No.
So I have a question on my boat. I have a pontoon boat. It's a different kind of boat than yours, and the only part that really sticks down to any depth is the motor. Is that the case with your boat, or is your boat a different kind?
All right.
It's an inboard outboard, so the motor is in the back of the boat, and it does, because it's an inboard outboard, a lot of it does, weigh down that back end or extend below the bottom of the boat. The 19 inches accounts for the longest point, which I believe is the motor.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions from the public? Then I'm looking for a motion.
And will we accept as presented?
Oh, wait.
Oh,
I'm sorry. Rich raised his hand. Let me see what he had to say before.
I did have a quick question, Mr. Chairman. I know several other commissioners had requested comments from the Lake Shirley Improvement Corp or perhaps the Board of Selectmen, depending on if this was town property, and to get other input into there before we approve this dock as the only town entity that will approve a dock on Lake Shirley. Thank you.
I don't believe we received any comment from Lake Shirley Improvement Corp, and no one from Lake Shirley Improvement Corp has raised their hand. So I'm going to go back to the motion. Who was making the motion?
I did, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Jeff.
just basically I will accept the as proposed, and I find no, it would be a negative finding. There would be no impact.
So it's to approve a 44-foot dock with no impact.
Yes, I believe that's what it was in the documentation.
Okay. Is there a second to that?
Second, Ken Jones.
Further discussion? Roll call vote. Rich Birch,
Aye.
Katie Childs,
Aye.
Todd Dwyer,
No.
Ken Jones,
Aye.
Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
and I vote no. So I believe it passes. Did it pass?
Did Carl vote?
No, Carl.
Oh, he recused himself,
He
right?
abstained.
Carl
Right.
recused himself.
Right.
Ayes were
Make it like 10.
Rich, Katie, and Ken, and Jack. So I think it passed.
Yeah.
4-2.
It did.
4-2. Congratulations, you got yourself a new dock.
Mr. Chairman, it looks like Joanna Bellata
Thank
has her
you.
hand up.
Okay, well, it's after the fact now. Yes, Joanna. Well,
She's muted.
I'm trying to unmute her. Joanna. Joanna, did you want to say something?
Hi, Bob. Thank you. Just to clarify, and I spoke to Matt Morrow about this, Lake Shirley Improvement Corporation has never received any abutter notification. I'm not weighing in on this, on this RDA, but Lake Shirley has never received an abutter notification. Matt checked the abutters list as quoted. It goes to the town of Lunenburg. With that, there is no heading for the town of Lunenburg, and the town manager has never received any abutter notification on conservation issues. Either Elaine Peterson or the town manager have not received those. So they were investigating where all of these abutter notifications are going. But just so we're very clear, I heard that Lake Shirley didn't show up. We were never received an abutter notification.
All right, thank you very much, Joanna. And Matt did.
That's all I
confirm-
want to share.
Matt did confirm, looking at the abutter notifications, that it
I can't hear him.
shows that it was delivered to somebody at town hall. I'm guessing the town clerk, but that's just, that's up to you guys. It was delivered to somebody at town hall. All right,
Mr. Chairman?
congratulations, you have a new dock, Pamela. On to our next public hearing. Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 is amended, and the Town of Lunenburg Wetlands Protection and Municipal Bylaws, a public hearing on a request for determination of applicability by Emily Zaffino for work at 155 Reservoir Road will be held. Work proposed is installation of an in-ground pool within the waterfront. So is someone here? Aha, Emily Zaffino. Emily, I just asked you to unmute yourself. Can you unmute yourself?
Yes.
All right, Emily, I'm gonna find the plan that was submitted and see if I can't call it up on the screen. $155. I'm sorry, I'm having technical problems here. Here we are. So now let's share that screen. So Emily, I believe this is a plan of your lot that was actually prepared by Matt Morrow, based on a plan that was created by Brian Marchetti. Do you agree that this is the right plan for you?
Yes.
Are there any questions or comments from the commissioners? Matt Morrow. Let's see, we have to unmute Matt. Go ahead, Matt. Oh. What happened to Matt? I'll get to you in a minute, Jack, as soon as I figure out what happened to Matt. Here he is.
What happens when you're not omnipotent?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to, he's not here, but I just wanted to say thank you to Brian Marchetti, who provided me with the blow up. So we could have the detail that was asked for on this plan. You can see that the pool is right on the edge of the outer riparian zone. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much, Matt. Jack Rabbit. Oh, let's unmute Jack. Jack, can you unmute yourself, please?
Yeah, there we go. We're locked up. I have no problems. Actually, my hand was up earlier just so they could unmute me. Thank you.
All right, so we're going to lower the hand. Are there any other questions or comments from commissioners?
Nope.
Any comments or questions from the public? Oh, wait, Richard Birch has a question.
Just want to ensure that the plan has been signed and dated.
Matthew,
As
has
you've
the plan been signed and dated?
I will have the applicant sign and date the plan. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to be physically present with the applicant when this plan was completed.
So therefore, a motion would have to specify that the plan be signed and dated by the applicant before it's final.
That's correct.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments from the public? I'm looking for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion that we make a negative determination with the stipulation that the plan that's presented in front of us is signed and dated by the applicant.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there further discussion? Roll call vote. Richard Birch.
Aye.
Katie Childs.
Aye.
Todd Dwyer.
Aye.
Ken Jones.
Aye.
Carl Luck.
Aye.
Jack Rabbit.
Aye.
And I for myself. Congratulations, Emily.
Thank you for your time.
All righty. Sorry you had to wait so long. Our next and final public hearing for tonight is pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, and Lunen's Wetlands Bylaw and Regulations as listed in Chapter 239. Robert Correa has filed a request for determination of applicability for the modification to an existing retaining wall in spot dressing near the rear yard and the addition of gravel to an existing driveway at 932 Flat Hill Road. Is Robert Correa present? Please raise your hand.
Mr. Chairman, I did provide Mr. Correa with the timely information to be able to participate in the meeting.
Okay.
So he was notified.
Thank you, Matt.
There he
You
is.
got a hand up.
Bob's iPhone, is that you, Mr. Correa?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
All right. You're on.
I believe you guys.
If I may. Mr. Chairman, if I may, I believe the issue was that we wanted to view the original plan when the house was constructed. That is on the cloud if you wanted to put it up on screen share.
I will attempt to do that.
You'll see it under his meeting folder. It'll say original design plan in a subfolder.
Yep, got it. Put this up to maybe 75%. I'll share the screen so you can see what I'm talking to myself about. This is what you're talking about, Matt?
Yes, sir.
So what is this? What of what help is this to us? It doesn't show a retaining wall.
Well, we wanted to look at what was originally approved versus what's on site. Rich has his hand raised.
Richard. Well, let me see.
So-
Oh, it's not even muted.
Oh.
Rich, go ahead and speak.
So I guess if this is what the approved plan for this property was, anything looks like north of the house was not approved development. We had existing dwelling that was removed and that was about it. So we didn't have a driveway. We didn't have a lower garage door entrance. There's quite a bit of work here that's been done that was not previously approved, both in the 100-foot and the 200-foot buffer and riparian zone. So to move forward with an
I believe all this
RDA,
stuff. Sorry, go ahead.
so to move forward with an RDA, in my opinion, would be premature without seeing exactly what work has been done here that was not approved in the wetland area.
I would agree with you, Rich. We need something more than the hand sketch that we've been presented with. But that's just my opinion. Other comments from commissioners? Carl Luck.
Yeah, just reflecting on earlier conversations and concerns. Given this plan and what we saw on site, it's clear, as Mr. Birch said, that there's a lot of things there now that were not approved, at least that on this plan. I think if we proceed, I think an NOI is absolutely appropriate here. There's been a lot of disturbance in the riverfront.
Anything else, Carl?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Jack Rabbit.
Mr. Chairman, just questioning. I believe we've basically gone with a policy that states that if we notice any existing violations, that we would not continue with any other additional considerations for improvement of the properties, that the basically the violation had to be remedied first.
And so
Therefore, I would think we have to get the things that were not part of those original drawings and approved addressed. and approved.
Jack, the way we would do that is we'd have them file an NOI.
Right.
So
Before we approve anything else. Because he's looking for an existing retaining wall and spot dressing and such. And I'm saying we've got too many other violations in front of it before we could approve that.
I mean, I believe, Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, go ahead, Bob.
I believe that most of this, I think all the stuff that you guys saw, besides the extension of the wall and the little bit of gravel that I put in from the existing gravel driveway to the wall, all that stuff was original, built with the house. So I'm not sure. I mean, I've only owned this house for 8 years, and it's been like that since I've owned it. And I know the old owner, and I mean, he told me it was all done original. So I don't know.
Mr. Chairman, in checking the ortho photos, I find the conditions on this go back to the earliest photos I can find on the Oliver site, which is 2005.
So
The
in
house
other
is
words,
originally built in
you're saying
2002.
that the wall and the driveway going around the back go back to 2005, Matt?
That's correct.
Well, that's the earliest pictures you can find, correct?
The earliest I can find.
Right. Because I like I said, I personally know the old owner. He's told me it was all done originally with the house. I mean, the garage doors and everything in the basement, that was all done original framing.
And Matt, when was the house built?
I believe 2002.
Yeah, my paperwork when I closed on the house said it was 2001, but I don't know the exact day of it, but that's what my paperwork said when I closed on the house in 2012.
I looked at the 2001. I looked at the 2001 photos. It still showed where it says existing dwelling, which was actually where JJ was living at the time, Mr. Cote. That's still there. So it was after 2001. So I'm estimating it was around between 2002 and 2005. But judging from the age of the file, I would say it was 2002.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Carl, did you have something more you wanted to say?
Well, it's more questions to understand procedurally. This kind of first time it's come up, I remember. Is there, so it's clear that that this plan that was drawn in 2000 didn't have any of this work. So somewhere between 2000 and now, the work, there was major modification. I understand and agree, and I've witnessed that, most of the work was there, and he did do some additional alteration, but it's hard to tell now because it's been done. So we don't know what really was there. But my question is there, is there a statute of limitations on these kind of violations? Because clearly somebody violated the what was approved. And I feel for the new owner, but Matt, can you comment? Is there a statute of limitations where all is forgiven, or how does this work?
Matthew.
Well, I mean, essentially under the state regulations, the statute of limitations for the driveway would be 2 years. Statute of limitations for the wall is uncertain because it's fill. So I know fill in wetlands, usually each day the fill exists in the wetland would constitute a separate and distinct violation. I don't know about this situation because it's a little different. Even though it's riverfront, the violation actually is on a pre-existing lot. So, you've got the pre-existing lot scenario here. So that's something I would have to ask town council.
Well, wouldn't all of this stuff on his final building inspections have been brought to the town's attention that there was a gravel driveway that ran around the back of the house and two more car garage, drive under a garage of the 3-car from the upper? I can't believe that wasn't caught on the final building inspection. I mean, I'm in the trades and
Mr. Chairman, it's a good point. Is there a certificate of compliance to this drawing anywhere?
I didn't find any, no.
Matt, did you also look in the building file?
I haven't looked in the building department file. I'll have to check the building department file to see exactly what the building inspector did back then.
I mean, like I said, this stuff was all original stuff built with the house. All I did was continue the wall and, I had about 30 feet of gravel in between the existing gravel and the wall. I'm not really seeing what the impact is here.
Carl, do you have further comment?
No, I'm sorry, I lower my hand.
Are there comments from other commissioners?
Mr. Chairman,
If I may, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Ken.
No, I was
I'm
just going to say, I just looked back through the history on the assessor's site of all the aerial photos, from 2001 through current. And like Matt said, 2005 shows the house and the driveway and the wall. And, none of the other photos show anything has changed since the original construction. So, to me, obviously it doesn't match what we have on the plans, but that's some historic documentation that, it hasn't changed from the original construction. So.
Thank you, Ken. I want to see what Todd has to say. Well, first of all, we got to unmute Todd. Todd.
Hi, Bob. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with Ken's comments, and I don't think we should penalize the applicant when it appears that the violation is an incomplete file here. And I suggest that we move forward with this hearing. And also, on a separate vein, maybe we can work with the applicant to make sure that we have a complete file that can then be put in there that accurately reflects property for any future work.
Anything else, Todd? Jack?
Mr. Chairman, I would agree with Ken and Todd's position. It happened 20 years ago or so, 18 years ago. I don't see any damage, and I would support moving ahead and letting this part go. I mean, letting it go in terms of pursuing any punitive response.
Hey, but I'd like to hear more comment about where we do go from here. I mean, because this is what the original, and what we have is, let me share the screen. Let me go find it and share that screen. Let's rotate it. Here we go. This is what we have.
Yes. So, Mr. Chairman, may I speak?
Go ahead.
So the gravel driveway area that's marked at 39 feet wide from the wall to the grass, which leads all the way to the river edge. The existing area that was there that leads from my paved driveway in the upper driveway area, that was probably, it's got to be 14, 15 feet wide that went all the way around to the existing 2-car garage. So I've only dug out that dirt that was between the existing gravel driveway that's already been there for 20 years. We're only talking, 20, 24 feet, 25 feet of dirt. And that was in the widest U. It kind of went out like it wasn't just straight right across the back of the wall. You wouldn't be able to drive a car in there. So it kind of U'd out. I mean, you could see when you guys did the site walk where there was 3/4 inch stone that you could see obviously been there for a long time. And then I brought in some new stone to put under the wall, and I just mixed the rest of it around in that area to bring it up a little bit. But it's not, like I said, I don't think that doing that little bit of gravel area and continue that wall, I'm not really seeing what the impact was there.
Carl Luck.
Yeah.
Carl?
Sorry with the waving hand here. Yeah, I think, what's 20 years is been there 20 years. The reason I thought we were looking for the baseline print was, unfortunately this work was done, before we were pulled in. So we don't really have any evidence of where the wall was and where the driveway was. Now,
well, it's in aerial photos,
the original
though.
plan would show us. So I guess I certainly would feel more comfortable just from a, due diligence point of view, if we perhaps had some photographs before this work and after this work, so that we could, for our due diligence and for the record, we could confirm that the new wall is where the original wall was, or if it isn't, what the impact was.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
I believe that one of the people on the board said that he looked right online from the assessor's pictures or something like that and could see the original gravel driveway and the original wall from 2005.
Yeah, he's talking about aerial photographs.
Right. Well, isn't that's a photograph? I mean, that would show where the wall was. I mean, the first 15 feet of the wall, I didn't even touch. I pulled back a few layers. You have to step it back so you can, when you build a wall, you can't just continue on from a straight vertical line. You have to, there are blocks that build on top of each other. So you have to step it back to the top. So, you take the second row up, you have to take one block off. The third row is 2, so that you can continue your wall and keep it level. But the first, like I said, probably, 15 feet or so, 4 blocks out, maybe. Those are still all the original blocks. I continued it.
Thank you, Bob. Other questions or comments from commissioners? Are there any questions or comments from the public? Matt Morrow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, in examining the ortho photos, it is kind of hard to tell about the wall, but from the limits, it looks similar, but the limits of the gravel driveway definitely have not changed. That is readily apparent from the ortho photos. In looking at the history of this, as far as the timing, because I know Mr. Correa asked about, what about the building inspector? I believe during that period was the period where Mr. Williams, our former building inspector, was tragically ill. So we had a bunch of stand-in building inspectors at the time, people who were kind of pinch hitting for him. That may be where the mix-up could have happened. So that's it from me right now.
And so Matthew, is what's changed here, as far as we can tell, since the gravel driveway hasn't changed, is what's changed is the wall?
Yeah, it looks like what he did was he straightened out the wall a little bit, or actually curved it around a little bit more so it wouldn't be as straight.
No, Matt, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Bob.
So the wall had originally had a gradual it wasn't straight coming off the corner of the house. It never came out straight, like at a 90-degree angle with the house. It came out at an angle, but it had a slight curve to it already. I continued that curve, and then towards the end where it comes up to meet my paved driveway area, I curved it more, and they're engineered so you can turn them and make the corners. And to come up and meet my paved driveway where the original gravel driveway came down. So I didn't make it any wider at that position, nothing.
Again, as I stated previously, we had a wall that was a little bit more of a straight line than what we have now. He's essentially made a curve to it to flow better, but the alterations he did actually go towards Flat Hill and away from the wetland area.
So this is an RDA. Does anyone have a suggestion for a motion here?
Mr. Chairman, I guess I think that, the impact to the wetlands from what the applicant is doing and has done is minimal. I think the fact that there may not be a certificate of compliance or an as-built from a previous plan is no fault of his. So I would make a motion that we make a negative determination on the RDA that's proposed.
Is there a second?
I'd second that.
Now we have discussion. Rich Birch has his hand up and he's unmuted.
Question one, Matt, do we have an in-hand document showing the plan presented with the application? Because all I see online is a screenshot of a text.
Screenshot of a what?
I see a screenshot. That's what I see online. Do we actually have a document that was presented with the application, signed and dated?
I believe, Matt, I believe you have all the copies of all that.
Yes, we do. Okay, I got the question. Okay, thank you. Yes, we do.
Okay, so you've got other documentation in the office that's not online available to us?
Yes, I do.
Okay. My only recommendation would be where this is clearly work that was above and beyond the approved application at the time that the house was built. We make sure that we have it well documented as to the conditions that are in place today. Because clearly they're not what was approved back in 2000 or 2001. So, and as long as you have a signed and dated document in the office, that would answer my question.
Thank you, Rich. Carl Luck.
Just to be clear on that point, so is there a plan, a better plan than what we're looking at on the screen right now that's available that we haven't seen? I'm not sure what that document is. Is it a plan map that's better than this thing of existing condition?
No, Carl, he was talking about the way the file was presented in the portal, because what you had was a screenshot. I have the actual paper documents.
Okay, but this is the best plan we have right here we're looking at on the screen.
Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm just an electrician. I'm definitely not an engineer or an artist, so. But I try to comply. You guys wanted measurements from the water edge, the gravel edge, and how much to the wall, and what I've done. I should have maybe marked what the existing was roughly, also of the original gravel driveway. But like I said, that was probably from the grass edge from where the water is. It's probably about 15 feet wide originally, give or take a foot. I never really actually measured that. I just measured from the grass edge. You guys, there was a piece of wood in the driveway and you guys said that was about the farthest edge out. So I measured there to the wall. If you remember from your sidewalk.
Jack Rabbit.
Just a question, Mr. Chairman. Are we by looking past the fact that it's within 100 feet, are we establishing essentially a statute of limitations with regard to when something was done? I know in the past, when something was done prior to the new owner and we discovered it, we have caused the new owner to change it. However, that was within a couple of years. We've never gone back and had to look back 18 years with fragmented documentation. And I appreciate the fact that we can, but I certainly don't want anybody to be thinking that we've established a precedent where if the prior owner did it, you're off the hook for making the change. And I just wanted to make that real clear. And perhaps we want to address the statute of limitations.
Well, I think the question you have to ask yourself.
Go ahead,
The question you have to ask yourself on this, if this came in as a brand new project, would it be permittable? The answer is yes, it would have likely been permittable. It was a house pre-existing the Rivers Act, so we would have looked to have minimized impacts as much as possible. Based on the logistics of the lot, the entire lot itself is within the inner riparian zone. So what you need to look at it from was, one, would this have been permittable? My opinion is yes, this would have been permittable. There were no structures within the 50-foot no structure zone. There was no alteration that was proposed within the 30-foot no touch zone. So it would have met that portion of our bylaw. And I think the point that Rich was trying to make is that we need to find a way to be able to memorialize this so that the deficiency that happened back in 2002 is accounted for in that file for the future.
Mr. Chairman.
And that's the issue we have. It's not even so much whether or not it's a positive or a negative determination. My opinion is this project would have been permittable. Issuing a negative determination isn't inappropriate here. I think the issue that we're asking ourselves is how do we properly document the work that took place outside of the order of conditions from almost 20 years ago?
Ken Jones.
I guess to Matt's point, would it be like, would his recommendation be to have an as-built drawn, or would it suffice to have our agent go out and take some pictures of the existing conditions to memorialize it, to put in the file, and have him sign and date it, and and we could come up with a document saying that on this date these pictures were taken to memorialize this, and this is the existing conditions as it stands, and we approve that.
Thank you, Ken.
Well, I think that would make
Richard Birch has to say. Richard Birch. You're not muted. Rich.
What are we voting on?
We're not voting on anything. I wanted to know what you said, what you thought about what Ken just said about if if we sent Matt out there to take pictures, and sign and date the photos and put them in the file, would that help, so that we can properly memorialize the existing conditions for future reference?
I think you said it perfectly, Bob, but I do agree with Matt, and I'm just reading here, that's why I wasn't listening to Ken, that there is a 2-year statute of limitations on violations at this point. We certainly do want to make sure that we document properly the conditions that are in place with this filing. I don't think that the documentation that's been submitted is anywhere close to a picture of the conditions that are there on top of the driveway and the wall that are clearly within the 100-foot and the riparian zone. There is stockpiles of soil on both sides of the property that are clearly within the 100-foot and the riparian zone. It should be documented or removed. So I would agree with Ken that further documentation of this property is needed prior to approval. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Richard. Jack Rabbit.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Rich, with regard to the 2 years, where are those on the regulations with regard to?
Honestly, I was reading an appeals court decision.
Okay, so
from 2000 and it was in the MACC quarterly.
Okay.
Back in 2017. I just happened to be reading it as I was listening. And I can send it to you offline, Jack.
something I went over. There's some, the statute of limitations was, documentation I went over with Greg McGregor in one of his classes a while back.
That's kind of funny because that's who the attorney was.
Okay, so now we know.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
so the pile of extra fill, one of the one that's on the far side of my property, those are still there. The one that is, closest to where the area that I was doing the work, that's already been removed and flattened out, and pretty much most of it there. There was just a low spot right there. I pulled it back into the grass
That was the
area.
loam you were using, the top dress. That was the loam he was using, the top dress.
Exactly.
At the last meeting to finish the top dressing.
Right. So that's already all gone and already all seeded. And the one on the far side, I can flatten that out, or I can definitely get rid of it. Also, that's not a big problem at all.
I was hoping that we could have a motion tonight, but if the commission that,
Mr. Chairman, point of order, I did make a motion
you did make a motion. Okay. Thank you, Ken. What was the motion?
to find a negative determination. And I would also add to the motion that the agent document the site to represent existing conditions.
Second.
Second, we have a motion and a second. Further discussion. Roll call
Unfortunately,
vote.
Mr. Chair, I would not be in favor of the motion until such time as the documentation was taken and presented to the commission.
Thank you, Richard. Any other further discussion?
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, Jack.
Mr. Chairman, if those mounds are essentially mounds of soil that need to be removed, if they are a violation, I would think that we really can't move on the approval until those have been removed and remediated. No?
The piles of material are part of this RDA. They were there so he can top dress the grass and plant loam and seed it. That's the loam for the loam and seeding.
I still want to use the stuff on the other side, the far side of my property. Those will be, there's still some areas that it's just basically where the roots are coming up out of the dirt. So, you mow your lawn, you break your teeth because you're going over all the roots everywhere.
Yeah.
So I'm just using it to fill in the areas in my lawn that are low and reseeding it. And there's a sprinkler system that's already been installed in the house when I bought it. And so it's fully sprinkled, everything. I mean,
We have a motion and a second.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
hand raised. Yeah, I
Go
just want
ahead,
to say that Rich, I think we all agree that we need better documentation in place. And I would not vote for this. If we're not holding anything up, the work is done. So it's not like we're holding the homeowner up at all by requiring the documentation. And I think we should have it in place before we approve, since we've gone this far. Let's make sure we get it and we like the documentation. And if the agent can do it, then great. I don't care who does it, but we should have the proper documentation. That would be my vote would be no until we have the documentation.
Thank you, Carl. Is there any other?
Mr. Chairman, I had one other question.
Before you do that, I want to hear from Katie Childs.
Yeah, I agree with what Carl just said, that I think that we need to see more documentation, even if it's just pictures. The file work's already done, like you said. Yeah, so I'd be a no vote unless we continued it.
So, Bob, we're going to vote on Ken's motion, but it doesn't appear as though it's going to pass. So I think we're going to end up continuing.
I don't have a problem with that. My only question was, I don't know how you guys want me to prepare it for pictures, because I still would like to bring in a little more of the 3/4 inch stone to top dress the gravel driveway. Do you want me to do that previous to you taking pictures, or just as it is now?
I'm not going to answer that question. It's not my place to answer that question.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Uh, Katie, did you raise your hand again?
Oh, sorry. No, I didn't put it down.
I'm sorry. Carl, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I don't know what the document, I don't have a good feel what the documentation looks like, which is one of the reasons I'm anxious not to do anything without it. I wasn't picturing that it was just photographs. My photograph comment before was so that I could see before and after, but I don't believe what we're talking about anymore. I thought we were talking about, some form of a drawing that had all proper notes and things on it. So.
I agree with you, Carl. Matt, what did you have to say at this point?
Well, I mean, based on what had been discussed as far as the photo documentation, again, it's to memorialize the changes that had taken place 20 years ago. So the photo documentation that you guys are asking me to do would not just be photographs that would be dated and documented. If I recall correctly, what the vice chair wanted was he wanted a documentation for me to enter into the file as what the dimensions of the wall are, what the dimensions of the driveway are, essentially all the measurements as far as what current conditions are so they could be memorialized.
Great.
Thank you, Matt. Let's do a roll call vote on Ken's motion. Rich Birch,
No.
Katie Childs,
No.
Todd Dwyer,
Aye.
Ken Jones,
Aye.
Carl Luck,
No.
Jack Rabbit,
No.
Bob Pease votes aye. Motion fails. Do I have a motion to continue the hearing until next week, until July 15th?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call vote. Rich Birch.
Aye.
Katie Childs.
Aye.
Todd Dwyer.
Aye.
Ken Jones.
I guess, can I make a comment before I vote?
Sure, go ahead.
I'm just curious as to what end that's what are we continuing it for? Are we going to have documents at the next meeting? Or are we just continuing it to continue it, to continue it, to continue it?
Thank you, Ken, for your, I'm sorry I didn't call for discussion. I thought we'd already discussed it. Nothing new would come up. I apologize for not having discussion ahead of time. How do you vote, Ken?
No.
Carl Luck? Carl?
Are we revoting the same motion?
No, we're voting to continue next week.
Oh,
Till
okay.
July 15th.
I got lost there when Ken said, aye.
Jack Rabbit?
Aye.
And I also vote aye.
So I'm assuming that you guys still want me to go out and collect this documentation and come up with those measurements.
Absolutely. Otherwise, we'll be right back where we started from on July 15th.
Okay,
So,
I believe that's what Ken was trying to say.
Yep.
Mr. Chairman, can we realistically, we're given Matt's going on vacation next week, which he richly deserves. Is it conceivable that he could have all that done and maintain all the other things we got him going on? Or should we give him another session or something? I know we've already voted on
Jack, while I appreciate the fact that you think I richly deserve a vacation, the plain fact is I'm on vacation right now. I'll be back.
That's even worse. I'm sorry.
Translation, you owe me.
Okay.
Always do.
Thank you. Moving on to enforcement.
Mr. Commissioner, I still had one other question.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. You go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, no problem. I just wanted to find, I don't know if maybe Matt would be able to answer that if he wants me to finish the top coat on the driveway, adding a little more gravel before you come out for pictures, or you can take them as it is and just know that I'm going to add a little more gravel just to, just some low spots and stuff in it still, just to level it out.
How about we not do anything until after the July 15th meeting? I'll take the pre-existing condition pictures. The commission can approve your file, and then we can go on from there.
Yeah, that's fine. I just didn't know how you want me to prepare it, so.
I agree.
Very good. Thank you.
All right, 99 Ruth Street. Matt, 99 Roost.
99 Roost Street. Angie, you there?
I'm asking her to unmute. Eric, she's unmuted. Angie.
Hi, I'm Angela Chbosky here. I'm representing Mr. Gary Williams, owner of 99 Ruth Street, which is under enforcement. I did turn in 2 RDAs for the work that was done on site. But I just wanted to give you guys an update on where we were and just kind of give you the options we had for restoration, just to give you guys a heads up. I had 3 different ideas for the restoration area. The first one would be, I know that there was several larger diameter trees that were taken down that were a concern of the commission. My concern with replanting trees of similar size would be getting them in the ground, basically. I'd be concerned about erosion control while planting. I'd be concerned about watering them in order to sustain their life. Because when you replant new trees, you do need to water them about every other week, sometimes more depending on the drought. There isn't a hose up there, unfortunately. There is a lake, but we don't want to take water from the lake, understandably. So one of the suggestions I had was that we'd use a wildflower seed mix that is native to the area, so to attract natural birds that are already there, insects, bees, as well as in combination with really strong rooted shrubs. I noticed the mountain laurel, winterberry, sweet pepper bush are some that I typically suggest, just because they'll be a little easier to maintain, a little bit less of a disturbance when putting them in the ground to the already dominant root systems. We don't want to damage anything when we're doing that. The other option would be to, plant 7, whatever number the commission really feels of trees, if we can agree on a size. But once again, the concern with that, the best we can do for erosion controls, I think, would be to use straw wattles around them in the circular shapes, and then leave those in place so they also act as a bucket to retain water when it naturally rains. And then Mr. Williams would have to bring water up from his property to water these plants, water the trees. And the third option would be a combination of trees and shrubs and wildflowers. This would also be a good option. It'd be less invasive to the restoration, but it also would add, some more trees that could contribute to the growth and kind of balance out the trees that are, trees do die out. Unfortunately, they die, they grow. But this would hopefully replace some of that growth that has been taken away from the site. In addition to that, I do know that there was a lot of concerns about, safety, partying, that have been mentioned before at prior meetings. So I discussed with Mr. Williams. He's going to be installing a chain and lock to prevent anyone from going onto his site, on his property, without his permission. He has hung up no trespassing signs already. And I did discuss with him erosion controls of using either coir or straw wattles along the entire cart path, including the areas that aren't in the buffer zone, just for additional erosion controls. We know how quickly something out of the buffer zone can slowly get into the buffer zone, slowly get into the resource area over time. So these would be something that'd be in place for the entire season that he'd be using the area. Whenever he's going up, they'll be along the cart path, depending on the areas. I do know there's one area, it's about 89 feet away, that Mr. Luck had pointed out to me at the site visit, that you can see it's just divoting in over time. The roots have been decomposing, and even just foot traffic over time, I think historically, in combination with the most recent activity, has demeaned that area. So to remediate that there would be a larger straw wattle, either 2 feet, 3 feet straw wattle buffer on either side of the path, along with vegetation. We'd do some seed mix that would hopefully naturally grow and stay as perennial mixes. And then in that specific area and any other areas, I'm going to go out and flag them. We would put a mix of bark mulch, clean soil or dirt, along with straw. And that way we have the erosion controls on either side to contain it in that area. But if we notice it's becoming eroded, he's able to go in there and rake it back in very quickly and keep that area clean. Another option would be mats, but I don't particularly like mats because then you end up with plastic out there, and over time someone forgets it, gets thrown over. So you never know what's going to happen with that. And then while this whole restoration area is going on, I was suggesting him to hang up along the banking laminated signs that say, restoration area in process. Please do not trespass, along with the trespassing signs, just to discourage anyone else from coming on his property. This spot is a historic and very well-known hangout. I personally hung out there as a kid, so on the rope swings, and he's trying to keep it more for him and his family. He wants to keep it, he has five or seven grandchildren that he wants to take out on the boat. He wants to sit out there with his wife and have a lovely fire and enjoy this beautiful peninsula that, Lake Shirley has to offer. But now I think after this experience, he's really realizing that not only does he have an obligation to himself, he has an obligation to the community and to Lake Shirley to make sure he treats this area correctly. So he wants to work with the commission to make sure that he's preserving the area. That's my spiel. If you guys have any comments or questions.
What are you asking us tonight?
I wanted to see how you guys felt about the restoration plan with the trees versus shrubs, and the flower mix. Because that is a really big concern of mine, that as they're installing the trees, even if they do it by hand, it's gonna be a lot of shovels hitting roots, damaging roots along the way, and it might contribute to the erosion more than it fixes it, unfortunately.
Carl, you have a comment?
Yeah, I do. First, Angie, appreciate the thought you put into this, and I like just about everything I heard. The trees and replanting. I certainly, personally feel that trees should be replaced with trees. The big question is where, I think. And I just to throw out for thought, could we combine the replanting of the trees, which in our regulation, there's an equation for the diameter of the tree used to be versus the number of trees to be replanted. So you don't have to plant huge trees because it was a big tree. There's an equation of how many the diameter versus number of replaced trees. Small trees, unfortunately. But my thought is, there's an area, as you know, we saw it, and I've seen it getting worse for years, where people have been putting unauthorized Tarzan swings, and that whole bank in that area, due to those swings and the use or misuse, is terribly eroded, and there's no vegetation left on it. I wonder if we could, do some tree planting, plus maybe some shrubs in that area to recover that. Create a barrier for people to continue doing that, because it's just crying out for people to just go, hang another rope. Takes you about a half an hour to get another rope up in that tree and continue to beat up the land. So I would throw that out for consideration of however many trees should be replaced based on the equation of putting them in that area. It's close to the water. You can grab buckets of water from the lake, perhaps to do the trees, or do as you said, create some moats or whatever that would capture water to keep the trees going. Because I know it's difficult to begin with. You got to be careful, but that's my thought on the trees and vegetation of how do we take advantage of this unfortunate situation and improve an area that is pre-destroyed there. The other thing in the discussion when we get the RDA, but just to throw out, I hear you on the and we had a good talk about the erosion along the. It's now a cart path. It used to be a footpath. I guess it's a cart path now. And I understand, and would defer to your judgment on that. I would like to see in the order of conditions, though, some annual, perhaps an inspection, by our agent of that path, just to monitor that erosion, so that we could, keep an eye on it and make sure that it's properly maintained and doesn't get worse. I'm sure what you're saying will be great in the work, but maybe a year, 2 years downstream, maybe it's not so good. Those are my only thoughts. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions from commissioners?
There we go. Sorry.
Yeah.
Angie, would be your intention to essentially reduce the path, the size of the path, or eliminate it altogether?
I wouldn't say eliminate altogether, because it is a path out to his property. He does have a right to use his property.
He's going across his neighbor's property to get there, though, right?
Yes, which he does have an easement for. The original easement actually was 3 feet away from the water's edge, which over time, if him and his family were walking out there, I have little boys who I know they drive their trucks out there, they dig everything up, it's going to do more damage. And he didn't want to be walking across her property. He didn't want to be stepping, walking past her, kitchen window every time he went out to go and sit by the fire, go out in the boat. So he has spoken with her and she said, oh yeah, you can use the slope up here. He is getting that in writing from her to submit to the commission just for the files. I told him how important it is to keep this sort of information on record for you guys and for him and her, just to kind of protect everyone over time. But over time, my idea would be with when you have the erosion controls in there, the footpath or cart path cannot expand past those. You don't want them to expand past that, 2 foot, 3 foot length.
So
And
you'll
then with the
still have ATV usage still on that path? The all-terrain vehicles?
Yes, I believe he is still using those. But he is going slow, which I have experience riding ATVs, 4-wheelers, snowmobiles. If you're using them correctly and you're maintaining your paths, same with mountain bikes. As long as you're doing it correctly and you study and you're making sure that if you see erosion, you're going out there and you're fixing the erosion. You're making sure that you're holding yourself accountable. You will be able to prevent. You are able to prevent erosion. Kind of like Mr. Luck said, I'd spoken to Gary about putting in a maintenance plan after we sorted out everything here with you guys, just so that he knew what was required of him and you guys knew what he was doing out there, because he wants to maintain the land. He doesn't want to build, a condo house out there. He doesn't want to be throwing ragers.
So how does he intend, excuse me, and how does he intend to keep the neighbors and such from using that path with their ATVs? Is there intention to put a gate up or something to restrict that access?
So he wants to put up a chain with a lock and see how that goes. But he's working with them. He's letting them know, hey, please don't go on my property without talking to me first. If you're going to go up there, let me know, because everyone has kids and that's a beautiful spot out there. I can't wait to bring my boys out there so they can go see, hopefully watch for eagles and see the wonderful nature that's out there. But I think it, kind of goes on. You have to work with the people around you and you have to cooperate with your neighbors and hope that they're doing their best. And if they're not, it's going to be a tough conversation that he has to have with them, because he is responsible in the end for whatever they do on his property. I did advise him, he's going to speak with the police and let them know that he doesn't want people out there. I know this spot has been very popular over the years, and that's why he's hanging out no trespassing signs. And we were talking about putting up the restoration signs to try and prevent any further.
So he'll have a barrier up to restrict ATV usage with the exception.
Yes, that's our plan. Grab 2 of them, ideally.
Okay, thank you.
Rich Birch.
Can you hear me, Bob?
I can.
All right, I had to swap devices, so. I did have a couple quick questions. Number one, I do agree wholeheartedly with Carl that we should be putting back as much vegetation that was there as possible. Whether it's the trees are smaller, as long as they conform with the regulations, I would fully be in favor of that, as well as a seed mix or something to prevent any erosion while the trees were taking place. It is a very sensitive area and a very steep banking, so you can't have a lot of problems in there without vegetation, as the Tarzan swings have shown. Once the vegetation starts to go away, the erosion really takes hold pretty heartedly. The second thing, in looking at the second RDA application for the pathway, do we have a description and a plan on how that pathway will take form and how it will be used and maintained? All I see is just a little bit of a plan of the ending of the peninsula and a stairway and a deck.
So there shouldn't be any deck on the plan. I'm looking at the plan.
I'm sorry, stairway
Okay,
and
so I
dock.
just want to make sure. I'm like, wait a minute here.
Dock, not deck.
We're all tired. Yeah, so basically we did this cart path was shot from what the cart path is cart path footpath that's currently there. We're calling it a cart path because there are some old abutting plans that show it as a cart path, and there's other ones that show it as a footpath. Engineer's choice of words, I'm sure. But they want to maintain it to this one. They don't want to expand further. And I did discuss with them. I'm like, once we finalize the restoration plan and all the other, for the stairs and the floating dock, we're going to put in a plan to secure where this path is. We're gonna close down all the other paths, close down the Tarzan swings. He has one Tarzan swing for his own personal use for his grandkids. But he's been cutting them all down as they come. The different platforms, he's been taking them out that have been installed by others. So the plan is basically to maintain it where it is. There's no plan to expand it. But for maintaining it, I would like to work with Mr. Morrow and the commission you guys are really involved. So it's really nice to see on how you guys want it to be maintained. He doesn't want to go out there and clear cut. He just wants to be able to access his property with his mother and his wife and his family in a safe manner without disturbing the neighbors and without disturbing the land in the long run.
Okay, so I guess myself, I don't speak for the entire commission, would like to see the entirety of the footpath out there to the stairs and the dock, and a plan on how it will be maintained and erosion will be held in check and runoff will be controlled.
If I can ask, this is specific up for discussion, would you guys prefer that done under an order of conditions that can be renewed or under an RDA? Because then that would, cancel out every 3 years and have to be reevaluated. Even though I do understand under an extension permit can be reevaluated as well. But I do know that different commissions have different feelings about that.
So are you asking us, do you want to submit it as a notice of intent or as an RDA?
Correct.
And as I was the one that had proposed that, I myself would like to see it as a notice of intent, so it is perpetual. The conditions that were presented and approved are the conditions that will be maintained in perpetuity.
And I think I would support that because otherwise he would be in the position of every 3 years having to come back.
Which sometimes is good, depending on where you are. But
Plus, that would give us the opportunity to hear from what the DEP has to say about this.
exactly, which is all doable. And I do agree with you, Mr. Luck, on stabilizing and restoring those areas that have historically been damaged by people going on the rope swings. Actually, I already started a conversation with Gary about it a couple weeks ago when he first showed me the site. I said, that'd be an awesome place for a restoration. He was like, all right, let's fix this first and then we can start talking that. So.
Matt Morrow has his hand up. Let's see what he has to say.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a point of procedure. If you guys are going to require the notice of intent, fine. I can see the validity to that. And actually, it might be to the landowner's benefit because under the extension permit process, he can come back every 3 years, make sure that no further misunderstandings happen. It's something that's very easy to do. But you guys are going to have to motion and vote for it because your last motion was to require 2 separate RDAs. Angie has met those conditions. She did file the 2 RDAs with me. One's already been scheduled for the July 15th meeting as you requested. So, you'd have to modify your motion if you wanted the notice of intent. We can move on from there.
Angie?
I just want to clarify. So I was thinking the notice of intent would be for the maintenance of the cart path and the maintenance of the land, because that's what I was interpreting it as. And the RDAs were one of them was for the restoration of the trees that were taken when he went through and cleared the path, and for the dock and stairs. I can retract the RDAs and put everything under one notice of intent. But I would need more time to coordinate with engineers. It is really hard to get an engineer right now, so.
Actually, I think the RDA for the restoration plan is appropriate. Okay. And doing the notice of intent for what you suggested is also appropriate. I just want to make sure that the motions don't conflict was all.
Thank you, Matt.
Mm-hmm.
Matt, where do you see the dock and stairs fitting in?
Well, you could include those in the notice of intent.
That was my thought, but I wanted to hear what you had to say.
Wouldn't you agree that would make sense to just include it all in the notice of intent on that part of it?
I couldn't hear if you addressed that to me. I'm sorry.
Yes, I did.
No, it's
I
okay.
addressed it to you.
Yes,
I
that's
just wanted to see, you concurred, you just put the steps in the dock and the notice of intent.
yeah. I think everything under the notice of intent, because then since the steps in the dock will be a seasonal thing, you know, they're not going to be out there in the middle of winter, you know, going on the boat ideally. So that might be good. Just have that as a 3-year permit that he can come in and extend and discuss with you guys any concerns or any issues. That might be a great idea.
Carl, you have your hand up?
Yeah, I almost forgot what the question was. Because I was learning so much in this conversation. I do agree with. It does make a lot of sense to me to have the restoration and the RDA, and let's just get moving on that. I did have a. I guess my question originally was on the. You mentioned a new Tarzan swing. And as you know, those are sensitive. Those create a lot of sensitivity. Is that going to be in some document or something? Because I can't imagine how you do a Tarzan swing on the peninsula without disturbing something.
So it's an existing one that he kept because he was able to, when he was finished, when he's done watching his family use it, he's able to kind of throw it back up over the branches where no one else can access it until he can climb up and get it. You know, he is willing to take it down if it is a concern of the commission. But I hope it's somewhat of a comfort that I'm kind of telling him, no, you gotta get your act together, and you know, you can't erode things, and he is paying attention to these things now.
So is that where the current Tarzan swing is that is really that people are using unofficially, or is it a different place that he's envisioning?
It was one of them. There was several out there when he first purchased the property. Even I went out there 4 weeks ago, and I went out there with you, Mr. Peace and Matt Morrow, and then I went out there again with Mr. Luck, Mr. Rabbit, Mr. Dwyer, and Mr. Peace was there again. And even though those times, people keep coming back and adding more Tarzan swings. Originally, there was 4. He took down 3, left 1. That was an easy area for, you know, his young grandkids, you know, 1-year-olds that can kind of hang around splashing, and, you know, the older kids who are 7 that can kind of swing in safely and think they're really cool.
Yeah. Well, fun.
That's the idea for him, is just to have one where he knows where it is and he knows, you know, where to maintain. And he's just been cutting down the other ones as he finds them. As you guys know, it is hard to kind of control what other people do. It's, you know, doing the best he can with the situation he has. It's going to take some time for people to understand that this is not public land. So, you know, he's doing the best he can with it.
So
but it was existing.
As the process goes forward, we can, I don't know which one of the existing ones he's thinking of, but that's okay. Doesn't matter. In the process,
That's on the plan for the NOI as well.
The thought I had, which is not going to probably be very interesting to the owner, is the stairs in the dock. And then this is just for discussion and consideration in the NOIs. The location, I understand, you know, having it right on the end, and that's a nice place to stand and all that. But if this was a before the construction request, I would have strongly suggested considering putting stairs in that location that we're talking about, where that Tarzan swing is, that's already terribly destroyed and eroded, and there's no vegetation, for 2 reasons. One is it's not going to further hurt anything, but also the location of the dock is very close to the end of the peninsula where boats come around there, and it's kind of in the way. And a little further down, which is what, you know, maybe 50 feet, 75 feet further down the peninsula, and it gets getting tucked in, would be a much better, safer place for those stairs as well. So I just wanted to plant that seed, since I'm thinking about it, and we'll bring it up during discussions in the any hearing also, just so you can think about why it's such a terrible idea.
Thank you, Carl.
Yeah.
What happened to Angie?
She may have lost her signal.
Uh-oh.
think we lost our Angie. We'll give her a minute to get back in.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
Carl, are you stating the possibility that by placing it in that location, you might create a safety hazard?
I'm concerned about the current location of the dock and how far it sticks out, and it's just right around that corner. And some people come zooming around, and that the thing that pushes that's not clear to everybody is if you remember the lake, that there's two peninsulas that kind of come out from the two different sides. They point at each other. The peninsula that we're talking about is as it had been for over 63 years that I've been looking at it. The peninsula that is towards it came within about 75 feet of that peninsula originally, the other peninsula, and it was bulldozed down back in the day when you could just bring a bulldozer in. So it's very shallow. That opening looks wide, but it's very shallow up to about 50 feet from the peninsula of discussion. So if you've got a boat, the water's a little low, you're gonna come around very close to that peninsula and just swing around it close, and it can be dangerous.
And I think this is a discussion for when they actually make an application, for that matter. I'd like to move on. Angie, do you have any other further discussions for us tonight? Matt, do we need to make a motion to have them, to enable her to file an NOI?
No, actually, based on the discussions here, I think if she just files the NOI, you don't need to do that because it's not going to go against the prior motions you made. So
I love that. So then I think I'd like to move on if that's okay with you, Angie.
That'd be lovely. I'm sorry I missed out on that. My son kicked out my charger. He's sleeping at the end of the couch. So, but if you guys have any questions, feel free to reach out to me. I have no issues me naming out there, discuss any concerns. We want to address all the concerns and, work with you guys on this project.
Thank you.
Thank you, Angie.
Guys.
Have a good night.
183 Island
You too.
Road. I believe we're still waiting to hear from the town attorney, and we have no update. Am I correct, Matt?
yes, you're correct.
32 Brookview Avenue, Patricia Adams. This poor woman's been waiting all night. Let me try to unmute her.
Okay, so
unmuted.
to recap for the commission, back at the prior meeting, I put in an administrator's determination to see how you guys felt about 5 trees that Mrs. Adams wanted to cut in the buffer zone. You guys felt that she should file a request for determination. In my discussions, I had noted to both Ms. Adams and the tree company that I was dealing with that I needed to bring it to the commission's attention. The meeting was on a Wednesday. Speak with the tree company again on Thursday and let them know exactly what was going on. But apparently the tree company that was originally going to do the work in the meantime turned it over to another tree company. And by Thursday morning, all the trees were down. That's it in a nutshell.
Am I unmuted? Can I speak?
We can.
Okay, hi. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. Yes, it was a long wait. So he, was that Mr. Morrow that gave that in a nutshell?
That's correct.
Okay, so first of all, I wanted to apologize for any miscommunication that happened. There was no ill intent on my part. I thought I was doing the correct thing. I went through the board of directors of Hickory Hills Lake and got the approval for 15 trees. And they instructed me for the 6 trees, 3 on each side of my house, I had to reach out to the commissioners, which I did. And so when they inspected, they told me the trees that are, I call it the right side of my house, which is really my main entrance because it's a split entry. So when you pull into the driveway, you have to walk up a good 15 to 20 stairs to get to my main entrance. And that's where the first set of trees were, the 3 trees. And the conversation said, well, I'm going to go to the meeting tonight. I can probably get this expedited to get these 3 trees down. However, there was 3 pine trees on the left side of my house that had a hill that was closer to the water. And he said these would have to go through all the regulations through the commission. And I said, yes, I agree. That's what I want to do. That's why I called you, because I need your expertise. And I was looking forward to the guidance because I don't know what to do. I've lived here 14 years and I've never cut down 1 tree. So I had offered to go to the last meeting. I was told, no, that's not necessary. I asked, I said, will I be notified in the morning after the meeting? No, I would not be notified. That Mr. Morrow would be in contact with the tree service company themselves. And then, like he explained, when that evening, I got a phone call from a company in Leominster, Curtis Tree Service, and he said, hi, I sometimes work with CJ Tree Service out of Billerica, who you've been dealing with, and he said I can do your trees tomorrow morning. And I said, that's great, because we had already canceled on each other like 4 or 5 times because I was waiting to get the approval for the front trees, the 15 trees in my front yard. So I said to him, the 15 trees have been approved. I've already gotten that email from the Lake Management Committee, the Board of Directors, rather. And I said, but there's trees on the sides that I'm waiting for the commissioners. I said, so go ahead, and they told me I can start and get those trees done and then wait for the 6 trees on the side. I had been out on an FMLA for a heart condition for 3 months. And so I was scheduled to go back to work. I had to go back to work. I work for a hospital. And I went back to work. They said I didn't have to be present. And it seems like there was really a breakdown of communication between all parties involved, because I, as the homeowner, was not even notified. And when Mr. Morrow went to my house, I was told that he was very upset, which I can understand. But again, no one picked up the phone and called me at work saying, hey, something's happening at your house. I wasn't informed. I got home. I was told about it then. So I apologize for any of the miscommunication. Like I said, this was not my intention for this to happen. And I had told the commissioner or member when they came out to my house about the reason for the left-hand side was my fiance's son is in a wheelchair. He's a quadriplegic. And I said, in order to do the next step of this project, I said I wanted to take the 3 trees down so that we could excavate the land a little bit. There's quite a big hill. And so that way the wheelchair could get around the back. Right now it's a little bit too steep. So that's when, he had said, well, yes, you'll have to go through the rules and regulations. And I said, absolutely, because I don't know what to do. I need your advice and your guidance on this. And that's where it stood. So again, I apologize. That was not my intention, was to do anything that was illegal or against the commissioner's rules and regulations. So, and just so that you can see that there is a lot of trees. And like I said, 14 years, I didn't touch any trees. The main part of the trees were in the front of my driveway facing the road. And there's still probably 30 trees there. And the 3 trees here that were removed, it's showing it's a big hill. Again, when I said you have to come up like 25 stairs to get to my main door. And then to get down to the water, there's probably 25 to 30 stairs to get down to the main beach area. On the main beach area, there's still, I don't know if it's 14 or 15 trees that are remaining on the 140-foot water property, that water frontage. So there's still plenty of trees down there. And even on the 3 that were taken down on the right-hand side by my main entrance, there's still 3 trees on that little hill. It's a pretty small hill, and there were 6 trees. The 3 trees that I had requested to take them down is because they were overhanging my roof and it was causing moss, and it was causing moss on my walkways too. And then the ones that, you know, the board approved were way down by the road, was wrapping around my pipes in my septic. So that was the whole reason I started looking into having the trees take down to begin with.
So Matthew, where do we go from here?
Well, I mean, she is going to have a pathway designed for the handicapped access to the beach. So I'm assuming we should probably have to file a notice of intent to do that work, because there's going to be waivers involved from the 30-foot no-touch zone. And we could probably refocus on the trees through the notice of intent process.
And that would be my suggestion as well. Does anyone else from the commission have any comment? Jack Rabbit.
Yes, a question for Ms. Adams. When you approached the Hickory Hills Lake Association about removal of the trees and approval, that was the correct mechanism to use. Did they advise you that you had to come before conservation before you took any action?
Yes, yes.
Okay, I'm just checking. Thank you.
Yep, and then that's when I said, because I was under the impression that once I called them, they called you, and they said, no, you have to call them. And then that's when I called, I really couldn't find it when I was looking for it, so I called Paula Bertram and I said, can you please instruct me on who I reached out to? So Paula was the one that gave me the LLC, and that's when I wrote the email, you know, explaining what was going on, and that the 15 trees in the front had been approved already, but that I needed approval for the 6 trees on the sides of my house from the commissioners.
So then I would suggest that you, Matt, reach out to Matt. You're gonna have to file a notice of intent, you know, to put in the path that you're talking about, the access to the handicapped access to the beach.
Yes.
And, you know, and we'll address the removal of the trees during that process.
Okay,
Okay?
very good. Thank you very much for your time and attention. Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman?
I'm sorry you had to stick with us till this late hour.
Oh, that's okay. I'm glad that we were able to talk about it. Thank
Mr.
you.
Chairman?
Wait. Let's see what Richard Birch has to say.
Yes.
Actually, I have nothing further for the applicant at this time. I had a comment about the process from the last meeting. I was not in attendance at, but did listen to online. And it had to do with the agent's determination. Quite a bit of time was spent on this particular case and the trees and the agent's determination. I just wanted to voice that I think that the tool of the agent's determination is a great thing for helping to shorten the time that we spend on some of these smaller projects. But I think we should take into consideration that the agent's determination should be upheld when there are no waivers to the regulations that are proposed. And unfortunately, in this case, when he brought it forth, there were trees being removed, but under our regulations, there is a formula for trees to be replaced in the buffer zone, and that was not followed. So I just think moving forward, if we do have the agent's determination, it should be such that all of our regulations are followed.
Absolutely.
If not, then an application would be required. And it has nothing to do with your case, ma'am. It's just that in watching it later on, there was quite a bit of time spent on a few trees and the discussion of the agent's determination and how it should be taken into consideration by the commission. So, you know,
Okay.
if Matt had taken and said, yes, you can take the 3 trees down, in my opinion, and as long as the regulations are followed and whatever the formulation is for trees to be replaced, then that is a decision that should be easily ratified by the commission. But if it is such that the regulations can't be followed, then that becomes the need for an application, and then the commission is the one that would waive their regulations at that time.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr.
But-
Chairman.
But just to clarify, when that last meeting took place, I wasn't invited to it and I wasn't privy to it, and no one ever gave me any input, feedback from what the outcome of the meeting was.
Yeah, no, it had nothing to, actually had really very little to do with the specifics, just the way that we treat the Matt's determination when he goes out on site
Okay.
and decides whether an application is needed or if the project can be done in such a way that it follows all the regulations and is such of a small scale it doesn't need an application.
Okay.
Then we would just ratify his decision at that time.
All right. Thank you very much.
So no, you're welcome.
Mr. Chairman, before we lose the homeowner, just a quick question.
Oh, go ahead, Carl.
I'd like the process. We'll go through the NOI and all that. But just out of curiosity, because we'll have a site visit, are the tree stumps still there? Have they been left so that we can see where these trees were and what the size was?
Yes.
Great. Thank you.
Matt?
Just to clarify on the administrator's determination procedure, I would just remind that I can't give anybody any approval until the commission ratifies it.
Yep.
Is it?
Thank you very much, Mrs. Adams.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
You too. Lunenburg Fire Road 12.
I can leave.
Yep, you're all set.
Okay, thanks.
Yep. I was out there the other day. I just wanted to show these pictures to the other commissioners. You know, the guy paved the section. He's got like, I think I counted 8 separate vehicles parked on town land there. But I think where we're at now is we have to wait and talk with our town attorney because future communications are going to have to come from the town attorney. So, but they're using the town land to store at least 8 different vehicles over there, you know, between boats and trailers and kayaks and you name it. So, any rate.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for my monthly session with Adam to figure out exactly how we're going to distribute the orders because it's going to have to be done through legal as well.
232 Burridge.
Mr. Chairman, hold on.
Yes, sir.
Isn't this really a question of two things, trespass as well as violation of wetland protection?
And that's why we have to go through the attorney.
That's what the attorney is reviewing. And so I would think it doesn't stop. Well, let's work with the attorney. Never mind. But there are 2 issues there. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman?
Birch.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I thought we had issued an enforcement order to the town of Lunenburg for a wetlands violation on this portion of property.
We did.
Why are we waiting for the town's attorney 6 months plus after the enforcement order had been issued for a direction as to how they're going to handle the violation?
I have no clue.
Matt, when are you planning to meet with the town's attorney on this?
I'm just waiting for the next session for this month to be given out. I haven't been given the link yet.
Okay. I might put it forth to you, Mr. Chairman, to try to get a direction that the commission feels that we would like to see the town go in as to this violation. I don't necessarily think it's up to the town's attorney to tell us how we should be addressing this violation on this piece of property, where it has been asphalt put in place without a permit, clearly within the 100-foot buffer zone and portions of it in the 30-foot no disturbance zone in violation of both the Wetlands Protection Act and the Lunenburg bylaw and regulations.
That and they're using the whole thing as, you know, the parking as basically a parking lot for their vehicles.
Yeah, I might further put forth that we perhaps issue a cease and desist for all activities on this property until such time as the violation has been rectified.
But again, I believe that would require the participation of the town attorney. I could be wrong.
But that was what I was going to see the town attorney for, about getting notice to these people to get their vehicles out. And then moving on from there as far as how the pavement was going to be removed, because the town's going to have to hold them liable. So it's going to be between the town and them. But the first thing that has to happen is the property needs to stop being used, and then we need to get it blocked off so that it doesn't continue to be used after we kind of, like work on another issue. Like if they think, okay, well, they're gone now, we're just going to pull our vehicles back on. And we just can't play that game.
Should the commission perhaps take a more firm stance on this property is not to be used and needs to be remediated?
Right.
Because again, we shouldn't be part of the discussion between the town and the offender of the town's property. We are the permitting body and the enforcement
Richard-
of the Wetlands Protection Act.
So Richard, do you have a motion you want to make?
I would motion that we issue the town a cease and desist on this piece of property and ask that the conditions be put back to where they were prior to the asphalt being installed in violation.
Second that.
Discussion?
Mr. Chairman, the only further discussion is that I don't think, I certainly support this motion. And I think it would also support Matt's discussion with town council, since we've, taken that path. I think town council will take it, will be a lot more empowered to move forward and know what the commission wants to do. I also don't think we should wait for open hours. This is a matter that, we should get an appointment. I know on many occasions, all we need to do is ask Heather to authorize contact with the town council, and then it happens the same day. So I don't think we should be waiting for free office hours to and hold this up any further. So after tonight's vote, I would also suggest that that Matt contact Heather, get authorization to go directly to town council and get him working.
Yeah, I'd like to participate in that meeting, and Matt's on vacation this week. Maybe I'll reach out to Heather. So.
Yeah, clearly not while he's on vacation.
Exactly. So we have a motion and second. Further discussion? All those in favor, Rich Birch,
Aye.
Carl Luck,
Aye.
Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
Ken Jones,
Aye.
Katie Childs.
She's muted.
Katie Childs, I'm going to ask you to unmute yourself, Katie.
Aye.
All righty, and I for myself. 232 Burridge is on.
Okay, so
Go ahead, Matt. Run us through the rest of these NOs.
232 Burridge and 400 Electric Ave. I've got the documents straightened out. It was too late to get them on for the July 15th meeting. They're going to be scheduled for the first meeting in August. So I'll be posting that stuff to the cloud probably sometime next week. 232 Burridge is an NOI, 400 Electric is an RDA.
Okay.
615 Townsend, I met with Val Barros, went over the area that he needs to pull the fill out and remediate. And I've given him basically until the, I'm sorry, I'm just confusing it, for the end of this month. I was still thinking June, till the end of July to get it out.
$12.75 Mass Ave.
I've sent out the request for an administrative hearing. I'm waiting to get the green card back.
9 Valley Road.
I haven't had the chance to meet with Jane yet, and Jane actually did seek me out. But of course, as you guys know, I had vacation time I had to use up, so that cut me short. And then getting the Saliba stuff done before I left. So I just didn't have a chance to meet with her yet.
Okay.
But she actually reached out to me. She's willing to meet, get this thing resolved, so.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, what was 75 Mass Ave?
12,
I apologize.
1275 Mass.
1275, okay.
That is.
Flags.
Yep, exactly, yep.
And what's the nature of the violation there, Matt?
Spreading and grading material within the, right up to the edge of the wetland that's on his property. In fact, after I told him to at least file an RDA to get on the agenda, we had a site walk back a month ago where I actually had to flag Carl down on the way out because there was a guy there still spreading stuff out, and I got out of the vehicle and made him leave. That's why I asked you guys to authorize the administrative hearing.
Okay. The next thing on the agenda is a draft violation letter template. And that is on the cloud.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Worked up.
If I could just provide a little background and
Go ahead, Carl.
This has really been a great learning experience because what I had volunteered to do was try to come up with a somewhat standardized notice of non-compliance letter so that we were it was easier for Matt, and it was just more of a form to fill in. However, the first thing I did was went back to our regulations to look into non-compliance notifications, and our regulations, and Matt, maybe I missed something, so I'm willing to be embarrassed here on TV. Neither in our regulations or DEP is there language of notice of non-compliance. What our regulations do have, which I think if we implement and use them, will save us an awful lot of time and also make it more uniform process and better for our residents. And I think, and I'm glad this agenda item is right after all of these non-compliances, because we have trouble spinning our wheels here with getting people's attention and getting things done, and we keep talking about them every week, and it prolongs our meetings, and it's not making anyone happy. So what I did was I went to our regulations and generated a form letter that's based on our regulations. And our regulations talk about a violation letter. This is basically just taking what the regulations say. They're fairly detailed, and the second page, the part where the end of it where it says applicable bylaws sections for reference, this is where it really details out the violation letter. You can see in 5.1 it specifically addresses violation letters. So, what this does is, again, follows our regulation, notifies the person that they are in violation, when it was reported or observed, whatever the case may be, and then, what it is. So that's, item 1 point, which is, what is the violation that's seen, or what's the observation? It then notifies them rights. And basically moves right to you're in violation. Present yourself in your case at the next meeting, where the commission would consider before administrative hearing. This is not an administrative hearing. It's basically come in. There's a violation in process, and the commission could then review the facts with the applicant and determine the proper course of action. It may be an RDA, it may be an NOI, but it's set up right up front. Okay, here's what you need to do, and so we don't get into this thing where we go on for months and then determine, you do or don't have to file an RDA. It also makes it very clear, and again, this is all from our regulations, that when there is a violation, if there is a filing required, after this meeting discussion, there's determined to be a violation required, it makes very clear to the applicant, what the filing is, and the fact that the filing fees are ×2 and the other fees. And this is something we've talked about. We certainly talked about during the regulation review, but we don't uniformly implement. And I think it's important that we do that. That's one of the things for doing work, and doing things that shouldn't be done. We can always waive it, but it should be the presumed comply with the regulations. So it sets up the administrative hearing schedule. It tells them a date, a time, and it also makes them aware that if they do not show, they could be assessed the fines. So I think, and Matt's proven this several times, when you start talking fines, people start paying attention. So hopefully we won't assess fines. We'll actually have a productive meeting. We'll decide there is no violation. It's an RDA, it's an NOI, and move forward from there. And we'll not only follow the process, but I do think if we do this, it'd be much more efficient for all of us. It provides clear direction to the homeowners, what's expected, and clearly what might happen if you don't follow the regulations. That's my speech.
Comments and questions from the commission.
Mr. Chairman, I wish I shut up. Hey, Carl, that's a nice piece of work. One of the experiences we've had in the past is when someone paid the fine, they thought they were no longer responsible for causing remediation of the problem. And would it make sense to put some sort of verbiage in there to warn them that payment of fine does not remove the offense?
Well, I think we could. I think it's a good point, Jack. But the biggest difference between what we do today and following the regulation is they have to come to the meeting to have this discussion. And at the discussion, we can make it clear to them, as you just said, that I hope we never fine anyone. I hope they show up. There's no fine for that, and we don't fine for days of offense. But what this drives is a discussion with the applicant about what the observation is, the potential violation, and all of those issues, what they need to do, and if there's a fine, to that point that clearly the fine for not showing. I don't think anybody would presume that means they're all set.
The other place is picking it up as if they said, "Oh, I'm just going to not show up and I'll pay you the $100. Leave me alone." And I think we've had that a couple times, at least once that I can think of. So, but if they don't show, we can't.
It's a good point, and that will happen. So we should think about when it does happen, we can discuss it, or we can upfront discuss it. What happens in no show? I mean, I guess you can always issue another one because that's a violation in itself.
I thought just warning them.
Doing that, and at some point.
That's okay. I'm okay with it.
This isn't just warning them. It is the fine. Now, if they don't show and they don't pay the fine, then we have other have other
right. Just that I'm going to not show and pay the fine and I'm done.
Any other questions or comments from commissioners? My comment before I call on Matt, my comment is that this tells everybody that Matt finds with a violation that they have to come to a meeting and sit through the whole meeting till we get to enforcement at the end. For us to have a conversation with them to tell them that maybe they have to file an RDA or an NOI, and I have a problem with that. Right now, what happens is, Matt goes back, talks to the people and tells them, oh, you got to file an RDA, and he works with the applicant to bring them into compliance. This sends them a letter that at the beginning of the letter talks about all these different fines, tells them they got to take and sit and they got to come to a meeting and sit through the whole meeting, waiting for their turn at the very end. And maybe at the very end, all we're gonna do, or most cases, what we're gonna do is we're gonna tell them they have to file an RDA. And, you know, I know they're violators, and I know they've broken our rules, but I don't like it. I don't like that aspect of it. I applaud the you know, the approach to take and, you know, develop some consistency and develop a form letter. But I don't like that aspect of it. You know, I guess there's two aspects of it I don't like. You know, the heavy emphasis on fines in the form letter, and the fact that they have to come to a meeting and sit through the meeting until we get to enforcement at the end. But that's just my personal opinion. Any other questions or comments here, and where do we go from here?
I guess I'd be interested to hear what Matt had to say about it, because he's going to be the one that is issuing this out and has also been the one that's been dealing with it previously. So,
Matthew, you're not muted.
No, I'm just been listening. I don't have no problem issuing a form letter. I'll issue whatever you guys want. The only thing I think you guys might want to, you know, going to Jack's point, put in mind is put in, if we're going to issue a fine, you need to put in, and this is what I put in all the letters when I issue the letter with a fine ticket, is that failure to pay the fine and failure to appear after so many days results in further fines. Carl is right. The one thing I have been finding is that the second I issue a ticket and send them a letter with it saying, hey, pay this fine. If you continue to ignore us, you're just going to get more fines and a possible referral to the DEP for enforcement. That usually gets their attention. So what I'm looking to do is to inform them of what their violation was and to show them that there could be a penalty in such a way that they take it as serious as a ticket. This may be a way to do it. What I don't want to do is, you know, some of the violations are minor. You know, somebody puts beach sand down in an area that they could if it was permittable. You send them this particular letter, it looks pretty tedious. So, you know, at what threshold do I issue a letter like this, which I think is the actual question here?
Mr. Chairman?
You know, like the last case we had, Mrs. Adams. This is the type of letter I would have issued her immediately.
Go ahead, Carl.
I just say that to begin with, this letter and everything that's in it, including the table for the fines, is as prescribed in our regulations. The regulation says that a violation notice is a letter sent to the property owner, and it includes informing them of the fines and fees. So it's literally, I went through the regulation and took what the regulation said needed to be in the letter, and I put it in the letter.
And you did it
regarding your comment, you missed it. If I could complete, you know, of inconveniencing people to come to the meeting. Personally, I think in the long run they'll be less inconvenienced by coming and getting clear input from the commission up front as to what has to happen. I mean, they are in violation. You know, I mean, they're. I think. I don't think we should be bashful about, you know, asking someone to come to a meeting, and yeah, you know, they have to wait around, but we could fix that. You know, this is a hearing. We can schedule a hearing that they have a time, or we could put it at the beginning of the meeting, or however we want. We can manage that if we're worried about inconveniencing people who have violated our regulations. So I'm not sure I see the rationale behind the two concerns. The fines are required to be in the letter by our regulation, the fine table, and this is the process that's defined in the regulations. And we see, I mean, take a look back. You know, we all complain about how late these things go. You know, take a look back at how long some of these violations are sitting on, and every week we talk about them, and every week, you know, Matt has to go follow up and gets cooperation or doesn't get cooperation, and the people are never are never, subjected to coming before the commission and explaining and having us help get the response. So I'm not sure, we can fine tune it, but I don't know why we don't use the process. I think the process is well defined. It's in the regulations, and it'd be much more efficient use of ours and the homeowners' time.
Richard Birch.
Mr. Chairman, I think generally the process that Matt follows is either he notices the violation and tries to contact the violator or a landowner, or one of the commissioners notices this and brings it to Matt's attention. So Matt usually takes the initiative for the first mode of contact and tries to get them to come into the commission to tell us what they did, ask for forgiveness, see what direction they should take moving forward. I would note that just a few weeks ago, Matt sent out quite a few violation letters to people that he either could not get in contact with, nor were amenable to coming into a meeting to talk to us about their violation and to be educated as to the Wetlands Protection Act and our bylaws and regulations. So personally, I do feel that the letter that Carl has drafted is very comprehensive and does follow the regulations, and is generally the second mode of communications that the commission would make towards a violator, where Matt does try to do it firsthand and takes the initiative himself. So I do agree that if this were the first method of communication, that perhaps it is a little too heavy-handed and draconian, but as the second method of communication to somebody that has not taken advantage of the initial handout form of communication, that it is a amenable method of trying to get them to comply. Thank you.
And Rich, you stated it more elegantly than you said what I was trying to say. I think we want to preserve the, Matt reaching out to them is our first method of trying to, deal with, in a cooperative matter, trying to deal with violators rather than sending them such a letter. That the first thing that they get should not be such a letter.
Yeah, and I think Carl would agree that Matt's first method of communication, trying to call them or reach out to them or stop in and say, hey, you're in violation, you should come before us and file an application. We'll show you what to do. And I'm sure Carl would rather see it handled in that method. But certainly with the amount of violations that we've had, to have a form letter that clearly spells it out to those that don't take advantage of Matt's initial communication is certainly a good and encompassing way to get our point across.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. I think there are two separable subjects here. One is having a form letter for a violation letter. The second is how and when we use that letter and when we pull that trigger. And maybe I should have stated, always in the back of my mind, I know, that Matt's going to use his discretion when he sees things, and he's going to be, when it's appropriate, he's going to try to work it. I more or less see that this is the method where when Matt's tried to work it, we've talked about it for 2-3 meetings, and it's lingering, that it's a trigger we can pull to move things along. So,
And again, that's what I was trying to ask. At what threshold do I send the letter out? I got to agree with Rich. Initial contact, putting this out initial contact may be a bit too much for people who don't know what they did wrong to absorb. For example, I have another violation that's going to be coming to you guys on the next meeting that happened on Mass Ave that I picked up on. I issued the gentleman an enforcement order instead of a violation letter because of, there was work I saw going on in the no-touch zone. but I made the decision to do that because of the type of violation I saw. I got an immediate response from him because one of the things I put on the enforcement order, it was the same thing I put on Mrs. Adams' enforcement order, was you need to notify me by email at this email address by this date of your intention to comply with this order. And I think any first mode of contact I do, which usually is a general letter saying, hey, we need to go on your property. Here's the date I need to hear from you by. I probably should add that sentence. You need to notify me within so many days of receipt of this letter of your intention to comply. And that way, if I don't get a response, then I start sending out the form letter. You know what I'm saying here?
Yeah, and I fully agree. And I envision that most things will initially be the way they are. It's just to have this tool in our pocket so that after, a few weeks or a few meetings of hearing, they're not responding, whatever, we have something that you have in your back pocket and we can discuss, and any member can suggest, I think it's time to send that person this letter, and pull the trigger. I don't think it certainly wouldn't initially convert to just automatically sending this. If you can work the issue, great. But there are a number of issues that, for whatever reason, linger, or just consume our time. So I guess I'm requesting input on the letter itself and modification or not, and simply approve it as a violation form letter, and then how we use it we can decide as we go forward.
I would suggest that, Matt has this, and we ask Matt to review it in detail and come back at the next meeting with any changes he'd like to see made.
Great. I'd appreciate that.
How do you feel about that, Matt?
I can do that.
All right. We good with that?
Yep.
Yes.
All right.
Good work. Good work.
Matt, you're going to give us a report on office reopening progress?
Yeah, I'll make it real quick. Essentially, we started having people come in for appointments now. People can come in the office for appointments. It's working out really well. If it keeps up this way and the amount of infections keep going down, they're going to go to phase 3, which is going to allow the public in with a face mask. I don't know how long it's going to be before that period, but so far, it's been nice because I've been able to get things done a little bit faster. DEP's been modifying some of their procedures where now when we issue an order of conditions, because their right of appeal extends all the way through the end of this emergency, and 45 days later, if the holder of the order of conditions sends in a letter to DEP saying, hey, are you going to intervene? If DEP has no intention of doing it, they're going to send them a letter back saying no, instead of waiting till the end of the 45 days. So there's a lot going on. It's going very well. Very happy with the way things have happened. And that's it.
Mr. Chairman, Matt, did 214 Towson Harbor Road come in to see you, Mary Ann?
She sent me an email. I sent her an email back. I haven't heard back.
Okay. Should I give her a ring?
Yep.
Okay. I feel responsible for that one.
I don't have any update on the trails grant. Certificate of compliance, Matt, 675 Roosevelt Road.
That's on hold. As I related to you guys. Okay, as I related to you guys at the site inspection, it turns out that Paul Gauguin's order of conditions did not expire after all. Apparently, there was a provision in the governor's order that said any order of conditions that was due to expire but in effect during the pandemic, the expiration date was held off. So I basically advised him to get the remaining work done in the compensatory flood storage, and the replanting of trees in the wall done like now. So he's working on that. And then he's going to have to come back to us with an as-built for the remainder of the work. So.
No extension permits. Do we have any? I don't think we have any new minutes. Do we have any new minutes?
I'm 3/4 of the way through it, guys. I just keep getting interrupted.
I understand.
And they're very long minutes, so, but I will have them by Tuesday.
Committee reports,
I gave mine. I'm sorry.
not allowed. No administrator's determination. Hickory Hills update.
No, Carl's
Carl's
waving.
waving his hand. Carl's
Carl's raising.
Frantically waving his arms.
Well, I muted him because he was
Shuffling papers around.
shuffling papers around and breaking all our eardrums before.
I'm done. And on Gogan, Matt, remember there was I think another potential missing item, which was the rain garden that was on the plan that I don't see on the facility. So I don't know if you mentioned that.
Yep. I went over the plan with him, so.
Any comment from commissioners?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I would like to point out the fact that this is your third meeting as chair or fourth, and this was quite a contentious meeting, and you did an excellent job at mediating the discussion.
Well, thank you. I apologize for the times when I get a little hot.
Doesn't everyone?
It happens.
It doesn't show you've done a professional job.
Yeah, you did a good job tonight. Thanks, Bob.
We're all passionate.
Thanks, Rich. It's actually my third meeting.
You wouldn't know it. You've been doing it for years.
That's what it
In
feels
15 minutes, you can have the record.
Yeah.
like. Not a one of them's gotten over before 11.
That's all right. I'm going to go out and watch the sunset here after this meeting.
I'll rub it in.
Washington.
Bastard.
Thank you. I'd like a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
It didn't take you long, Katie.
Um,
So ready for bed.
Birch,
Aye.
Carl Luck,
Hi.
Jack Rabbit,
Bye.
Katie Childs,
Aye.
and Ken Jones.
Aye.
I absolutely vote aye.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, all.
Good work, everybody.
Good night, everyone.
Good now. Okay, leave. Good night.
Good night, Jack.